Hi, I'm Chris from Airwindows, and you caught me on an interesting day. This is a coding day, and it's going to be frustrating and enlightening, I think, because I was all set to do a particular kind of like aliasing, managing coding, and I can still do this. I can still do some of that. But, hey, Grants. And then I was measuring records. And as you can see, I have been measuring records for some time. So 251 of 1,378 so far. That's hundreds and hundreds of records taking up a whole bunch of time in real time. And I have gotten these results, and these are all the ones that I haven't measured yet, including like entire collections. Haven't gotten around to most of the police this time around, but we've got the assortment of things, and I've got certain things showing up as very much top of the list. So current status of Airwindows meter is excited about the Immigrant Song, Harry Nilsson's Coconut Song, a Jethro Tull track, Sneakin' Sally. It loves Sneakin' Sally. It liked Steve Perry. It liked the first Led Zeppelin hit. It likes Barry White Love's theme. So there are a number of things about this that are interesting. You got The Who, we got Rolling Stones, we got Duran Duran, we've got an obscure Bowie track that was a substantial hit, a Three Dog Night that was a complete surprise. It's like this is a little more random than I like, but it is picking out stuff that are unusually balanced in a certain kind of way. And I can show you a bit of what that's about. For instance, that Three Dog Night track. And we're not going to be listening to these. The parts that I'm interested in are looking at what the dots do. So I figure I'm going to resave that, and we're going to move my control panel over to here. And we're going to save this, so hopefully it'll remember what it's doing. I think I can actually close meter and reopen it, and now it'll remember where it is. And if we play this, oh, what the heck, I'm playing it through speakers. We're not doing a fancy thing today. So we'll do a content hide so my stream doesn't get knocked off of the stream. And what we see is it's doing a good balance. It's got fullness. The brightness is kind of there. It's got a really weird sound to it, though. And this is one of the songs. If I'm not mistaken, it is a top 10 hit. Here, I can move these to more clearly show that. Yeah, that's a top 10 hit. It's from a while ago. So this is leaning towards some of the stuff that I'm trying to pay attention to. Like my thesis here is I can rate these categories along the lines of how much is it filling up the areas here with a uniform cloud of dots rather than just a dense line somewhere or whatever. And this does seem to apply to fullness. I think that's what this is doing here. We've got little bits down here, but we're going to be looking at the code for this later. Not much later, too. Soon. And one of the things it's good at is balance. It's doing a thing. where the tone color is really quite, green is bassy. Tone color is balancing pretty well here. The band kicks in again. But notice how it's sort of a pastel color. Now I'm going to fire up a different track. Let me move this over to here so I can see where it's at. I'm going to go right down to one of the worst, because it's also calling out some of these things as like spectacularly unusually bad, which doesn't mean they're bad. In fact, I'm counting only hit records here. So when it goes through this and goes, all of a sudden the Eagles, I Can't Tell You Why, is super bad, well, I wonder about that. I know that previous versions of it have considered these things differently, but some of this stuff is supposed to register as being good. And I'm going to show you a track off of Casey and the Sunshine Band. And we'll cut that out. So this is a track where one of the characteristics of it, and it shows in the metering, it's rated C(EF). My idea here is that there are sort of optimal densities for each of these sections. And the way this one errs in not being ideally balanced is it's too bright. Like, red is over bright, and it's certainly the kind of song where if you heard this being played somewhere, you'd be like, huh, that's a little dated, very enthusiastic with the hi-hat here, and it's got that disco balance. Like, 70s rock tends to err in the side of fullness. Disco can err in the side of over bright and more detail. That's what the technology was doing at the time, was making this possible. It's doing a really great density, but there's too much of it. It's almost optimal for too much detail, too much energy. Technically, if you had these other parts also balancing that, maybe it would be awesome, but this is not that. And what that means is I have an example that I can use to first look at where things currently sit. And we've got stuff like, for instance, here's Steely Dan's Peg, and it was rated C, which I feel it could maybe be rated higher than that. And the subcategories were F, E, and C, meaning density, the fullness was a little bit bigger than everything else, but that's still pretty close. That's still pretty balanced. And if we play it a little bit in the same way, I think this is gonna, let's save it like this. Now I can just play stuff and it'll play the little snippets of music. You can hear kind of what I'm doing. And this is a much softer song, and it's got a lot of deep depth going on. You can see that in the measurement. The zero cross meter is showing it. Zero cross meter is showing all of this really subsonic stuff going on. But at the same time, it's a really good balance for that. It's almost perfect. So I feel like I should be able to do this stuff better. Also, look at what the highs are doing. The slews are not really very well blended, but the loudest high frequency noises are overclips. They're overslews. So this should be performing better than it is. In my opinion, this should be performing better than it is. That means I've got it wrong, and it's needing work to get this stuff to come together better. Also, loudness is telling a similar story, although loudness is only doing bassy sounds. But the range it's covering Like, if you're able to make this kind of range, that should count as a appealing sound. Another example of something which I don't think rated ultra high. I'm going to scan through here and look for it. And yeah, I don't think it was up at the top. Fleetwood Mac's Dreams. I know I measured that one this time around. I got Don't Stop, and it's in A. I think Dreams ended up lower than that, which really, I'm missing something. If I can play a hit that is that big. Here we are. Yeah, so that came out as rated B, which I don't feel that's necessarily accurate. So what I'm looking to do, I need to be able to look at a shape like this, where we're producing a sound like this that was overwhelmingly popular with listeners. Like, this song was a big deal. Still is. It's going to come on in supermarkets and stuff. And what I'm trying to do is interpret what kinds of things will still be played in supermarkets 50 years from now. Look at what we're seeing. Stuff isn't necessarily that overwhelming here, but we've got a very evenly dispersed cloud here that just doesn't go up all the way to the top. We've got a very evenly dispersed cloud with little speckles of red in there that also doesn't go all the way to the top. But it sounds like so. And then the zero cross meter is also putting on a performance of you've got a little bit of everything. I'm suggesting that's the point. And nobody's literally measuring this. And yeah, this is indeed very bassy. You can see the bassiness from the green showing up. My contention here, and look at how the paleness of the green. Like, it could do with a little more highs. It's probably one of the reasons that it thrived as CDs started becoming a thing, is they would have lifted that up a little bit. But look at what it's doing. And I'm not honoring how well this is performing in the grade. We'll stop there. And surely I can measure this better. Surely I can take something where, the detail there, the detail is spiking to about as intense the brightness ever needs to get. These large red dots mean high frequency events are happening that are all that you would want. You don't necessarily want them to be any louder than this. They're right there where you need them. Low frequency events down below 30 hertz and as loud as you would basically need that to be. It's essentially perfect, and yet my thing is not measuring that correctly. So what I'm going to be doing is hanging on to this. I suppose I could mark these with additional flags so that I can sort them out, but what I can also do is just go through, and one of the things about it is if I'm looking for something like, here's an example right here. If I'm looking for something which is extremely strong but also very loud, this is an example. Beatles, capital B, capital E, capital B, capital C. This is really close to everything being in a good balance, and yet it's also really loud. And unlike the Fleetwood Mac track, this one has all of the dots up in the top 12 dB, pretty much. Yeah, be patient with your songs if they're scoring weird, because I'm trying to improve it today. Today, I'm working on trying to optimize this. Again, my proposition here is I'm able to divvy this up into bins which get measured. And I'm trying to track which of these things like triggers a bin, and I'm sort of counting up the total number of those. So what I'm exploring is how can I redesign that concept? And I might very well need to readjust. I don't think I'm going to want to readjust the grades because I feel I'm onto something with the optimal density thing, where you push beyond it and things can still be balanced. But if it's like FFF, that like, so to it, yeah, the idea is it's a letter grade because people go for letter grades. And I have the lowercase and uppercase because that is doing a useful thing in terms of showing, especially in Finder window sorting. Like, you see what this is doing. And you saw how Dreams had a bunch of information down here rather than just up there. When it's more saturated like this, and I can even go beyond that by opening up Airwindows console. And then what we can do and set it on full channel, so there's saturation on that, and then I'll turn on tape drive. And I do also have to move this over here, so we're going to set that up like this, and I'll save it so that I can manipulate things. That's how I demonstrated this to somebody the other day, and they were very grateful for that. So I'm going to make it so that I can do that again. Watch this. We can make it even more distorted. And then we can also add tape drive. So we can do this, right? That's effectively using tape saturation to do a effectively loudinated thing. So my point with this is I can measure all of this stuff, but the purpose of having the measurement busted out into bins where you want a spread across multiple bins is if you do this to the sound, I don't think people will enjoy listening to that as much as how it originally is. Which, of course, oh, I made a mistake. Don't mind me, we'll undo that. Or we'll close it and start over. I'll have to close it and start over or revert. Let's revert. In the process of doing this, I've made various interesting mistakes. Like, I have a script for removing all the ratings from a whole bunch of songs. I move them into a folder, run this Finder script, or run a terminal script on it, and it strips the first 5 letters. I have mistakenly run that in my home directory, and there were a bunch of folders that it was not willing to strip the first 5 letters off of all the folders. And then there was a whole bunch of other ones that it did. And woof, that was messy. I don't think it broke anything, but it was still pretty messy. Anywho, if we don't distort everything like mad, and apparently it's no longer updating meter. Why, update meter? Well, it just doesn't. Okay. Never mind. We'll start. The point I'm making, I get to see it a little bit in the console X3 meter. That is still showing peaks and slew. So the original version of birthday is like this area up here. Make the large, there we go. This area up here. And then if I saturate it, I can smoosh it into the very top loudest section of it. And my contention is, Having stuff increasingly squished into only one loudness level is more obnoxious to listen to than stuff like this. And then stuff like Dreams, which occupied pretty much the entire space, is somewhat even better than the original Beatles track, because this leans towards being obnoxiously loud. But in spite of that, it's loaded with information happening. So the density of it gets you something. The fact that there's a lot happening gets you something. And Meter currently measures that pretty successfully. But it's not doing as good of a job at going, this is over a broad space, versus this is in a tiny little window. It's going to sound annoying. It's going to sound squished, or if you have slews in a narrow little space, it sounds hard and glaring. Whereas if you have these clouds of information being also very dense and there's a lot happening, but over a really broad range, like I even have an example of that. That was one of the highly rated ones. And the thing should behave better now because I restarted it. I did something that hurt it, but that's okay. I'll put it back. And we'll turn off console for the editing. So my suggestion is we have stuff like this. And this has a strength to it from having a broader range of events happening, rather than, say, if we were going to turn this on and then saturate it like crazy. So we can make it sound kind of respectable, but I don't think this is going to sound as good to people. Like, we can make it do that. We're loudinating this using Airwindows technology, and it's behaving fairly well, but I think if we break it up a little bit, that works better. And when you have a cloud that's covering a broader range, that works better. And we can even sort of lean it in various ways. Like if this is too quiet, it doesn't have enough happening in the loud range, we can bring in a little of this ape drive. Allow it to be loud enough to clip, and then pull it right back again. And so we can have the same amount of variety, just slide it all up a little bit. I think that might work even better for people. But the point being, when you have everything just smashed, then you lose out. But I'm not successfully measuring how wide the clouds are. And that's what I need to work on. That's what I'm going to be working on today. Like what I've got is, so the concept I'm looking into doing today, I want to include a saturation, and I want to include sort of a rap factor going on. Not in terms of rap music, but in terms of you can do saturation in a way that leads to wavefolding. I want to wavefold my measurement metrics. What that means is I have a sort of decay happening on these measurements. Like it's doing a cloud measurer where if all these little vertical spaces, if this was considered to be a batch of vertical bins, and every time one of these peaks shows up, it pings this bin, like say it's this little dot here, it pings that bin and then it sustains for a little while. And what I'm doing is I'm adding up all the bins. And that's producing my density calculation. There is a problem. And the problem is it doesn't really care whether they're actually all distributed across a wide range or whether I just have a really dense cluster of stuff. It's like if one thing is getting super, super loud, it's just as happy with that. And that's a problem. Because what it needs to do is go, oh, hey, you're a dense cluster of stuff that's all in one space. That's going to sound more obnoxious. I would prefer to see stuff spread out more. And in doing this, what I need to do is come up with ways of having like these small ones down here. Can't really see my mouse. These small dots down here, that should carry some weight. It's not metering the sparsity, and it's not even sparsity because I would be just as happy. Look at the slew meter here. Mind you, it's mostly not red dots, but the blue dots from the loudness events, that's a pretty good density, really. There's a lot happening over a really wide range of kinds of event here. Like we got a bunch of stuff happening down here, we got a bunch of stuff happening up there. Occasionally we even have slews that are this low. That is a super bassy event. There's a moment there where nothing's happening other than a bassy sound. Nothing else is interfering with it. That's probably this part here, where there's a 35 hertz tone showing up. And this is doing a similar thing of we've got a wide range of events happening. There's events up here, there's events down there. And currently it is looking too much for what's the loudest thing happening. And when I say wavefolding my measurement, what I mean is I could take that measurement and just clamp it to something, right? So it could be like, no matter how loud it gets, it never gets any louder than 1. And then all the other stuff kind of fills in where it can. So everything starts at 1. And you don't get to go louder than 1. So then quieter stuff in other places might compare more based to that. But then it goes beyond that. You know, I can run stuff through a sine function. If I clip things to pi, and I run the output of that through a sine function, and it goes to pi and isn't allowed to go any louder than that, and then falls back, what's going to happen is quiet sounds enter into the calculation. They go up to, say, we'll call it 1.57, etc. And then you run that through a sine function, and that turns into 1. And then that continues as the number drops down, and then another thing happens in that bin and it bounces back up again, or you kind of sustain it in that way. Loud thing happens and pushes so much energy into that bin that it goes to 3.1415. We run that into sine, and this is now entering 0 into the comparison. But then as it continues onwards, as like here's a loud part and then here's a blank space in that horizontal line, it'll go to 3.1415, etc. Then it'll dial its way back down. So what's going to happen or up here, here's an event up here where something happened. Let's say this peaked the meter out, it went to pi. We're running it through sine, meaning that the output of this bin went to 0. And then as it slowly decays, it's going to ramp up to where it's reading a very high number and then back down to 0 again. So it's entering its information over a broader period of time. And if we happen to measure it at this moment, when there's a bunch of things happening across different vertical bins, and then this one that was like too loud ends up being reading at that point, and then say this, suppose this got peaked out, and then it decays to where it's reading high around here, you'd have a very high recording of the output here, because the ones that are decaying are dropping to where they're entering information. And then other stuff happens, maybe not as aggressively, and that gives rise to a very high score at this point. Bearing in mind, I'm working out whether this is part of the tone color balance, because I feel I've got some adjusting to do on that as well. I had an adjustment at one point where the tone color balance was dialed in so that it considered Stairway to Heaven to be the greatest thing ever, which is not that unreasonable. That was back when I was balancing only highs and loudness. And Stairway happens to balance those things absolutely perfectly throughout. But it's extremely full. There's a lot of bassiness to it. So as soon as I brought bassiness in, Stairway went out the window and was no longer legit because it was pushing too much bass all the time. And there are some tweaks. In fact, I can even show them. See where it says max peak bin plus 0.12? That's from that period. And that's also the place where I can adjust how fast these bins fall away, which is going to govern a lot of these balances. But I'm not having it. Let's just say I'm working on it. Let's just say I'm working on this. And we're going to do some changes and see what it produces. Because again, I have some concepts as to what this should be able to do. And we're kind of like, I've got like massive Eagles hits. I've got Stevie Wonder Living for the City in the plus A. There's a bunch of widely varying things that are registering as this is awesome sauce. Also, the way that the amplitudes balance out to where those subcategories, where you can go to a density in the subcategory that is too much, I think that's worth keeping. Like it counts. Look at the way all of this shapes up. Is that we've got these balanced outputs, and before I came up with the capitalization thing, where it goes up to A, and then it switches to capital A, and then it goes further beyond that to F, I think that's bearing fruit. Because look at the number of successful hit records in here, where you see A's and B's in these category measurements. Like we really have it, and I initially spotted that because when I had it just as purely alphabetical, so that the most dense, intense anything counted as A. Everything was G's and H's. All the biggest hits were like, hi, I'm G's and H's. Hi, I'm G's and H's. And those have been translated into lowercase and capital A. And we keep looking through these hit records. Again, the tags for red there. Wonder if I can sort that by tag. Hang on. I'm seeing whether, sure enough. Yeah. So this is currently showing me plus A's and A's. And these are all initially ordered by was it a top 10 hit or not. Hey, Yuri. Yeah, that's a Metallica quote. And nothing else meters. Count the number of A's in the submeasurements. the categories after the dash, whether or not there's anything else going on. You got isolated things like Christopher Cross Sailing doesn't have a single A in those subcategories. It's too mellow for any of that, but it balances so well. But all throughout there's an A showing up all over the place. Foreigner, Double Vision, AAB. Dire Straits' Walk of Life, AAC. Steppenwolf's Magic Carpet Ride, which sounds very different, EA capital D. Aerosmith Dream On, capital A, B, lowercase a. Don't Fear the Reaper, which sounds very different, lowercase a, lowercase c, capital A. Creedence, ACA. Sultans of Swing, same. Eagles Take It to the Limit, ADA. Reelin' in the Years, ADA, but with a capital. It just goes on and goes on and goes on. Culture Club, Karma Chameleon, capital CAA. I might actually not even bother saying what's capital or not, because kind of the point is look at the zone that everything is landing in. We're not seeing much in the way, like Sugarloaf, Green-Eyed Lady, AFB. So that produced a top 10 hit, and the high frequency detail in that song got extremely dense and intense. Peter Gabriel's Sledgehammer is very loud. It's CCB. Kinks' All Day and All Night, All of the Night, capital D, C, capital B. So yeah, stuff is able to depart from these densities, but there's kind of a lot of stuff around that particular zone. And we keep looking, like the letter grade here is measurements, but the dot is not meter. The red dot is, I looked up whether this was a top 10 hit or not. All of these are top 10 hits. Look at how many of these have B's and A's in those submeasurements. Keep going. There's C and D rated stuff. And yet all the same, we got this tendency. Here's Casey and the Sunshine Band, AAD. Nowhere Man, ABA. Even if meter doesn't respect what the thing is doing, it doesn't know the difference. The densities being produced are very characteristic. We're looking at very similar densities as like something in the sound has to be coming from that kind of density. It's not always like Higher Love, CDD. So Higher Love, it's not that loudness dense. It's very bright, and it's not very full. That's a typical SSL kind of thing going on with that. Or Creedence's Susie Q. It's not as loud as you'd think, but it is very bright and full at the same time. And yeah, the dots are what's actually a hit or not. And the range of densities that could be part of these measurements, that could be part of whether the thing is a hit or not. Here's another batch. These are the top 10 hits with the red dot. A, double A. While My Guitar Gently Weeps is BAA. The densities are really consistent. Def Leppard's BBB. ZZ Top, AEA. Yes's Leave It, a Trevor Horn production, BAA. We've got, and hang on, there was a Hotel California in there. I believe I posted that. Yep, so I was disappointed this didn't score higher, but BAA is the subcategories that one produced. Double-click the meter in order to reset it. I brought that in so that I could do it with the controls on Console X, and then I made it go along with the meter in Console X, and then I just built it into the meter for Airwindows Meter. And once I had done that, I was like, yeah, I don't need to have a big area with a poorly rendered reset button and also a big label. Excuse me. So it's time to start looking at this code. Technically, I should be looking up here. So all this stuff with bin tracker, what it is doing is it is adding or subtracting from these characteristics. Peak track, slew track, base track. It's kind of going through and registering it first, like it's going to 0 to bin numbers. Total bins, I think, is 20. I could make that more dense or less dense. Like if I look over here and then look down here, I see that I could use a variety of these things. Clearly I've defined this here somewhere. 16. So I'm doing 16 bins for measurement purposes, but we could go harder than that. So the more bins, the less likely any one is going to be triggered by a peak coming in. And it should simply, I guess I can find out, right? That was 16, but I've just multiplied that substantially. Now it's calculating as 64 bins with no other changes. And we'll see how wildly that changes everything. If it doesn't change everything, then that's disturbing. Also, I figure I'm going to be drinking lots of coffee today, so I'm going to go and make a third cup of coffee. And let's see. We'll move this over to here. I'm waiting for it to finish building. What you don't see is that it says building 2935. If I'm not mistaken, it is in fact going to be able to successfully track all of this. Everything is based off of this one total bins number. So we've effectively rescaled it substantially. And there are many more increments for it to check on. And that's what I'm looking to do going forwards. Am also wondering, why don't I just use Pink Floyd's Money? Now we get to see what the bin stuff does that's different. Ooh, I struggled with fruit flies for a while there because what I was doing was trying to get, and these, only the measurements should be changing here. The dots will be about the same. So I think what's happening is the scores being produced are lower now. Although the relative balance is about the same, but that's not surprising. So what we've done is changed it from having a given number of bins that these are all sorted into. Like if it was 2 bins, everything above this line would go into bin 1 and everything below this line would go into bin 2. And that's how I tally these things up. So I've just multiplied that by like 4. I went from 16 to 64. That means any given one is much less likely to be tripped. And I think that is causing the output to be less intense. Here's the super dense part. This should be producing a big capital letter, but it is not. And that is because we rearranged the number of bins that it's all being sorted into. Also, I would point out that if you're doing if you were doing 2 bins total, peaks would be, everything would be in the top bin and nothing's happening in the other one because everything has become louder. And same for this loose in this little area. So what I'm trying to do is find ways of accentuating when the information is covering a really wide range. And I'm not sure there is such a thing as too wide of a range. I think it is very possible that there are things to be gained from maximizing literally every single thing, because a side note to that, which I'm very curious to see what comes out of working on this further, these are contradictory. You can't have every single thing maxed out at once. Like this, nothing ever happens where the zero cross is higher than 900 hertz, basically. That would be all the music stops and something high frequency happens, and then you have zero cross up there. But if bass is happening, it's going to, or like if high frequencies are happening, it's going to stop the bass from being able to go down here. Loudness is happening, it tends to stop the bass from being able to go down here because just more loud stuff is going on. You don't get to do the zero cross unless you have extended runs with no zero cross. Slews also interfere with the reach of the low frequencies. Slews probably also interfere with like big slews that are still counting, or like here's a batch of slews that are up there and they only show there. So being able to cover all of these bases at once is like a mutually contradictory thing, and that's what I'm going to try to measure. So we'll get out of there. We've established that now all of these numbers are thrown off. All these letter grades are thrown off. And that's fine because I am working on what else we can do. Let's do our maximum clip. We get to count through these things and then do something with them. What is the something? I'll tell you. We're going to do the pi-related total clip. Ooh, and we haven't defined those yet, but that's okay because I didn't actually mean to. It'll be fine. Let me work on this for a moment. F minx. Oh, you dumb silly thing. Boy, I can't type straight today. That's okay. I'm doing my best. So this we are not dialing that. That's probably going to need to be changed too. I betcha I'm going to change that too. So here's where we cap the maximum value at pi. Well, don't lean too hard into the ratings. I'm changing the ratings today. They were the best that I could do at the time. I'm going to see whether I can do better. And I'm going to want mpi rather than mpi underscore 2 is 1.57, etc. So we've now clamped the maximum. Hang on. Those should be floats. My resolution here doesn't really, it's just measuring stuff, so it doesn't have to be that hi-fi. That should fix it. Did it? Yes. And now we are going through and clamping all of those things. I mean, technically we could clamp them when being calculated, so there's a possibility. It's all kind of relative to what's being measured. Like I got pcal, tell you what, let me go off and make my other cup of coffee. Otherwise, I'm going to wait around too long and it'll be too late in the day. And yeah, I'm working on it. Let's fire that up. And you know what we'll do is run this even though it is not really a solved thing. And I'll be back. This is not piped through the stream. This is just over my speakers. But I got to go and make myself my other cup of coffee before I run out of time to do it. Here we are. I'm back. I have my coffee. We're going to quit out of this. Yeah, one thing about this album is it's going to show me a really obvious version of some of these things. My zero cross meter off of this album is just so bassy. There's so much going on there. So it's got some things to be said for it, but still working on fixing this. I think, Cosmo Nesmic, I think I saw you mention that on YouTube. Didn't you say that in a comment section? So I don't understand quite what you mean. If you mean the arrangement cards, that's still something that I'm developing. I can't really put it into process, nor can I do anything like that in Consolidated. Mind you, Bacon Paul has considered the idea of adding user notes. But I don't understand what you mean when you say my card's idea. I don't understand what my card's idea is. So if you can explain that, I can tell you how much I can bring into things. Let's get back over to here. Let's get back over to here. So where I left off, we were looking at how this stuff gets added or subtracted. Looks like every step of the way I'm either... Surely these things should be all oscillating around 0 if I do this. Like, that feels weird. I'm not quite sure what's going on here. It really does look like... And yeah, it's data C, D, or for the slew, it's data E. Okay, so that ain't right. I see a bug. Do you see the same bug that I see? Because I see a bug that clearly needs to be fixed. This should be either both channels. Let's assume that both of these need to be both channels. A, B, C, D, and E, F are input data coming in. What I don't understand is why I'm pushing this in both directions. Surely this is just forcing everything to be way quieter than it needs to be. Or not. Okay, so hang on. Whoa, up there. Not so much. And you know why? Because data C times data D is almost always going to be less than 1.99. So it looks like what I have here is some kind of deranged overshoot controller, and I don't necessarily need that, so I'm looking at this skeptically now. I don't remember why I did this in the first place. Something's happening. There must have been a reason. Okay, so C and D, I believe, are RMS, I think. Honestly, I can go and look that up. Why don't I do that? Not going to be up there. Not going to be down there. But it's going to be over here. Yep, so no, RMS is A and B. Peak is C and D. Slew is E and F. And then 0 is G and H. See, because we got that going on. And here it should be telling me, yeah. Yeah, we're RMS, then peak, then slew. Yep. So when we say C and D, those are actually more peak meters. I'm a bit at a loss as to why it's doing that. Because it's using the same code each time, but it's adding versus subtracting it. And then I've got a whole thing going on where I'm trying to roll it back. But I don't understand what exceeding these would do. Is this something that I came up with dealing with loudinated? Maybe it was something that happened having to do with loudinated? You know what? Let's take it out. I don't trust that anymore. In fact, we have a whole pile of nonsense here that doesn't have to... Well, no. No. Bin tracker is recalculated for each of these, so I can't just put them all into one lump. But we could do this and flip the sign of this. Or even do that. No. Flip the sign of that. There. Now that should do about the same thing. Oh, I've got it in GitHub anyhow, so it's like I can get it back easily enough. Nothing really stopping me from just running madly in this direction and seeing what I get. I do have to, however, do that. So, continue the pattern. This is why I write stuff up in patterns, so I can do things like this with it. Then also continue I will be able to see whether I've got the pluses there. Got that sorted. Next bass track. Only difference in these things is whether I have a plus or minus there. That's what got my suspicion in the first place that that's unnecessary. And remember to do the final plus. There. So now technically that should, especially if I was to put this back. Now when I say this, I mean a thing. This thing. In theory, if I put this back and then build it again, it'll return to basically giving the same results. So I'll run the Beatles track Dr. Robert, and we'll see whether it converges on C uppercase B, C, and then all B's. And then we'll go for trying to make it work better. Because, like, I might have an alternate way of solving the thing I was looking at right there. We haven't changed that much else other than this. I do have to wait for it to build, though. I've been busily at work, by the way. Look, I'm coming up with a rough idea for how to run a tiny circuit board with the parts for my stomp boxes. And I'll probably be able to put them into a circuit board this big for putting into my enclosures. And I'm working on painting up a second enclosure for a different style. I think I'm going to have 3 styles of stomp boxes because I came up with a way of doing it. I should be able to just dial them in with the varying transistor setups. There's going to be a high gain, which is really kind of like saturation and distortion. I compared it against a analog Mambino boost the other day and a color driver. And although my thing doesn't get quite as much unlimited gain as the color driver does, it kicked the crud out of the analog man. And that's pretty impressive considering that those are good pedals. Let's see. Dr. Robert is a short song, so it's not going to take long to see whether it's working. In fact, maybe I'll continue to. That's a very consistent one. Let's disable that. And we see that the... Oh no, I made another change, clearly. I made another change, obviously. But this is one where we do see that the number of bins that it lands in are all the top ones and none of the bottom ones, because there's no sounds under 12 dB for peaks. And yeah, there's no point doing that any further. In fact, there's no point in... If I can't duplicate what I had before, I might as well just go forward. Ooh, I bet this is why. I bet this is why. We're adding, we're not subtracting, so that part works as expected. But we're now clamping. But we're not actually signing. Okay, so one of the things I have to do is maintain this peak track business. This gets to change because it's clearly not going to be the same. The little adjustment that I made here, useless, not going to be useful. This is sort of the guts of what we're trying to build. So clamping that has already made it stop registering as highly as it did before. So what that means is somewhere in here, maybe it's here. Okay, so we're scanning through all the bins again. We're doing it to see what's the highest one. Starting at 0, going to total. We have clamped this value at pi for each instance. Then we're doing a max. And that's the highest value we have in the entire collection. And that's what we're subtracting from everything. So that's interesting. Didn't see that coming. So basically what's happening is if we have a loud peak in there somewhere, if we have a big dot, everything gets subtracted faster. We're not necessarily doing it that way going forward, but that's what it's currently doing. If we didn't have any of this, wait a minute, could I go farther? No. If we didn't have any of that, then the bins don't fall off at all. This is simply a subtraction mode for making it fall off. This is developing our scores, and this is where this could come in handy. Oop. That has a meaning, but it's not the one I want. Technically, you could do asterisk slew track, but that means a pointer offset. There. And this is now going to do something, which is peak score for every single bin available. But if they're maxed out, we don't get to add peak score anymore. Because if they're maxed out and they're not being dialed back, that means that they're going to 0. And if we build that, what we should see is like scores will happen for a minute and then they will stop, because all of these trackers are going to go to their maximum value and stop there. Peak track bin scale for every available bin is going to go to its max and then stop. What I don't know is the kinds of scores I get if they're maxed out, but there's a way that I can find that out too. If I make it go to float mpi_2, then all of the things are maxed out at the maximum available contribution, and then I'll be able to see what our crazy high scores can be before we start dialing everything back. I don't know whether... So this code here is trying to make the body of everything linger longer, whereas if one of the entries is unusually high, then it suppresses the other entries around it. So if we have low values, it kind of all builds up. And if one of them is an unusually high value, well, that gets subtracted. But that doesn't actually matter anymore, because now the maximum of any of these is pi. We're not using the same mechanic anymore. I never knew what the maximum number that these use actually went to, but at this stage it doesn't matter. We've built in a maximum value for that. We actually don't want that turned on by default. So it looks to me as if the color is still shifting. I might not be basing the color off of this stuff, but the scores are no longer moving. So that is our sweeping through the value. Still interested in where I'm getting this score stuff. Or more than that, I'm interested in where I'm getting the tone color. Is it completely independent of what I'm doing here? Might be. Might be. Find out. Looks a little bit like tone color is working, so that's got me interested. Where the hell am I getting it, though? Oh, I know. Hang on. I'm getting tone color from here. So output R, output G, and output B. So those are being directly updated here by the raw values that are going into the score. So tone color actually isn't being touched by this at all. That remains entirely the same. I think initially it was RG and B, but I've made it BRG so that it matches the colors of the dots. Double checking to make sure that I'm referring to the left and right properly, and I am. What the crud is store R, store G, and store B? Where am I working on those? What the what? I mean, it works, but where am I getting that? Oh, here. Okay, so that's why that's working out the way it is. It is output R and G and B divided by the max, meaning that that value gets to go up really high. And also the power factor is causing it to resist really hard from producing a white color. Anything going a little bit of an amount off of white will cause it to produce a color, and that's the intended purpose. So that's where store R and etc. We're affecting output R in here, and that's what's going into that algorithm in the other place, but then we're bringing it back from here and assigning it to the colors of the stripes. And that's where that comes from. So I don't have to worry about that. That's fine. That also means tone color doesn't have to be edited either. And what I'm looking at, which technically that also means that Console X3's thing doesn't have to be edited either, because that's strictly tone color. It doesn't assign letter grades at all. So everything I'm doing here only applies to meter, and that's nice. That is a positive. I'm happy to hear that. Let's do the high score thing. So the previous time I swept through values on the way to maxed out, and it gave me scores of 0 or O, L, and O. Now we're clamping it to the maximum of sine, and we're still not dialing this stuff back at all. We may never dial it back. This business with bins fall off at fixed speed, not converging on O, we might actually want to have them could be converging on O. But this will show me how big of an amplitude that is. Also, if it's not adequate, we can simply skew it by going peak score plus equals sine peak track bin scale, either scaling that differently going in or multiplying it by something elsewhere around here. Like if I can't produce a high score off of this, having clamped it, everything kind of changes. There is also the question of, do I want these bins to dial their way back to 0 with a divide or a minus? technically a multiply by a smaller number or a minus. So that is sort of a logarithmic versus linear curve. So the way something like this goes, if I'm measuring it and I'm scaling it back to 0 over time, it can go a variety of ways. And what I'd be scaling back to 0 is the track value that I'm adding stuff to, and I'm no longer subtracting anything from. So we only add, never subtract, meaning it'll go to its maximum value, and then we'll get to see it says succeeded. We'll get to see what the biggest number this produces is, and that's one way that I can dial in what it's meant to do. F, C, H, D, A. It has not gone to capital letters yet. So that's interesting. In theory, this should be able to boost these up to the point where each of these go to capital F. It ain't doing it yet. Do I have 16 or 64 pins? I have 64 pins. We could go even higher than that, but I'm not sure it will be useful. It is actually worth thinking about. Like, it's similar to if you were doing an FFT and working out whether you want really fine frequency graining or whether you wanted smaller windows to calculate over. But in this case, it is how many of these bins do I want to maintain, given that they all max out at, like, what density of calculation do I want out of this? If we're looking at those dB markings, is it worth like having just anything between 0 and 6 dB counts as one thing in that bin, and we're balancing the amount of energy in the top 6 dB or the next one or the next one? Or could we be balancing what is in the energy of each individual dB as they go down? That would be like the top 6 dB would be divided into 6. And the spacing we have on these like, you hear what I'm saying? The way these are being positioned is basically like top half goes down to 12 dB. I think it is reasonable to expect that having a evenly filled cloud here would be good. If I was measuring stuff in each individual dB, then like above and below 12 dB would be 1 and then 2. So that would be 2 bins, 4 bins, and then if it was 6, that's about 24 bins if each individual dB up around the top counted as its own separate thing. 64 is maybe going a little hard. Let's try 24. Let's try 24, not 64. It'll make everything run a little bit faster too, although that's not that much of a concern for this program. But that should make it so, like, from 0 dB to -6, each individual dB placement counts as its own separate thing. And then also from 6 down to 12, the top half of the meter, there is 1 bin for each dB output. And then the bottom half of the meter covers a much broader range of dB because it's logarithmically scaled, but they have the same amount of measurements. 24 total bins seems legit. And we can maybe use this to scale these. So if I were trying to measure it so that it maxes out in a situation where we're not scaling it back at all. Oh, I mean, Big Band is one of my reference tracks. Big Band music produces very similar results. In fact, I think I even have that in here. Possibly not. I can't remember. It wouldn't be there, though. So do we have any of these? Yeah, we do. Okay. Count Basie and Benny Goodman. So meter is not going to be referring to anything because we're still dialing in the letter scores. We haven't even built what I need to build in order to do it. But this is Airwindows meter running on Big Band music. I don't have as much orchestral music sitting around ready to be used. Big pieces would probably be more useful. But this is the tone color and this is the peak distribution you'd be expecting. As you can see, it follows the same rules. If I dial in my measurements appropriately, this should produce a score that suggests that this was a hit in its day. Even the zero cross and tone color, the slew stuff, still makes every bit as much sense as it does in pop music. So here's where we left off. I was doing this. We've got peak track only incrementing, and then it goes up to a maximum of mpi2, which is the loudest it can possibly get. And my job now is to make it so that the peak score, slew score, and bass score give me maximum readings. Because if it only scales down from here and it's not able to give me maximum readings, then that's not helpful. So we have to do the build from the start there. I think cinematic orchestral classical music ought to follow this pretty well, especially since you need to not have things get too shrill if you're making big sounding orchestral music. Not necessarily biggest of big, but just having a orchestral section that sounds like a section rather than some kind of weird little synthesizer is going to follow these rules. They're kind of real-world acoustics-based rules. Yeah, so tempted to continue making more coffee, but I'm not going to. Got a few hours to do all the things I need to do today. Oh. Also, I have been drawing up more plans for the stomp boxes. Instructions for myself on how to assemble them. And yeah, and I was testing them out the other day and I'm quite happy with where they're going. So when I say I have 3 of them in mind, I've got my high gain one, I've got the lower gain one with a different transistor, which basically, let me see where I left off. I left off where I had a Beatles track that I was using to refer to. Oh, I can use this Who track. This is also a loud track. So I have a default one that is like the high gain saturation. It's the one that will give you like chugging. And then I've got, let me turn this down. I've got one with a different transistor that is much lower gain, and has a sort of clangy, fendery kind of sound to it. I'm thinking of dialing that in so that it will work nicely on like bass DI, and setting it up so that rather than running into things normally, I can just run into the 16A directly off of one of these stomp boxes and have it do what I wanted. I don't understand why this is giving me FDG. It seems to still be responding, but I was expecting to be able to get to a higher letter score, which is not currently doing, and I don't understand why. But notice the thing about the tone color. I've been talking about tone color. So the way this stuff balances out is it's applying the same kinds of things in hopes of keeping track of things like that. The Who hit a perfect balance there for a moment. See, it went to literal white. And it takes Keith Moon hitting the cymbals to do that, but it happens. But I'm not getting my volumes correct, so I have to go back and do this over. Oh, interesting. I see what's happening. There's no sense even making P-score do this if I'm doing a square root scaled up that much. That's kind of weird. Okay, so there's my limit. It's not this at all. Don't need to worry about that. So this grade business, the scores can be consistent and I can scale them back as I see fit. In order for me to get it to the letter grades that I need to reach at its maximum, we have to change these numbers just below. I wonder what I'll get if I just use them directly. I've got 24 bins. Technically, if I had more bins, then that would make this ending score go higher. So I can dial it in a rather weird way. That could be amusing. Let's find out. This whole skew here can go by the wayside, because this gets clamped. Peak score gets clamped to a maximum of +1. And if this works, I can simplify all this even more. Or maybe not. Might not need to simplify it even more, because it's doing the thing. It's doing the thing I need to do. A maximum score. So I have 24 bins. So technically that makes it go up to a maximum of 24. I believe that is still not enough to max out these meters, but we're going to find out. And it's a gratifying simplicity to it. And then if I add more bins, that's going to make it go up to a higher maximum volume. I certainly have not done that, no. Yeah, and I gotta wait for it to build now. But you know, that's the way this is working. Also, I feel like I can legitimately delete this at this point. I don't think this is going to do me any use. Although, parts of it, yeah, I might as well leave some of this, because what I'm going to do is want to iterate through this and scaling everything down when I get to the point of scaling everything down. Or I can do it within this. That would work too. I could do it within this. Currently, we're getting to a maximum score part. Actually, no. You know what? I'm not going to keep it saved. I do have it in GitHub. And let's pick something that isn't that. What do we have around here that's loud, but also appropriate? As long as we're doing content hide, let's do a Beatles track or something. Ooh. That's a short track that's loud and out of balance, but that's fine. Okay, now we have 24 bins, each of which go to a maximum of 1, and they're going to scale up to that and then stay there. And those letters are supposed to go up to F. Looks like they only get to go up to C. Interesting. And then the zero cross is not actually going up. It is actually legitimately less high of a rating than the other ones. We're simply not filling up enough of this meter to peg it. We're filling up about half of this one and skipping all the ones under 12 dB. And we're filling up even more of this one. And the letters we're producing, see, that does let it go up to D, doesn't it? Okay. And again, this is the not scale anything back. So what if I raise the number of bins to 32? And then we're going to build with no other changes. Essentially, since these are going to end up being scaled back as they go, it's never going to go up to as high a score as I'm able to produce here. It's going to scale back over some kind of time window, and I'm going to be weighting each of the scale backs by how much sustained bin pressure I want in each of these ones to highlight the amount of energy in any of these given tracks. Like, weirdly, no. Owner of a Lonely Heart is not loud at all. Is it showing? I'll do it. I'll happily do it for you, but it's not loud. It is a Trevor Horn mix from the 80s, and so therefore it is extremely PCAP. I'll show you. I'll show you. The positions of the dots are going to be the same regardless of what I do here. And it's the way I want this to go. I want it to be able to scale these bins up to a high score fairly rapidly so that it can quickly arrive at a score position. So was that showing? Yes, owner of a lonely. Yep, there it is. It kind of, well, I mean, it's showing up as a BBC, but remember that's close to optimal. Loud would be FBC, capital FBC. So what I'm doing is trying to make stuff that is able to record that as a score, and then I can dial in what it's supposed to be doing. And so you see that guitar part is 18 dB down. Up, and we are quickly getting to the scores I want. It's just a question of, can I start dialing it back and having that get anywhere? This is looking good. I could do with seeing the zero cross meter max out by this point too. And this is a track that does have bass. But like, this is a beautiful example of the kind of thing that I want to see rating really high. You think of it as loud, but what it is amazingly well distributed. So thank you for bringing it up, because that's actually a really good example. Let's do even more bins. Any of these bins is able to scale up to be, well, do I want to though? Let's split the difference. And when I start bringing these back down, I can clamp this to 0 fairly easily. All I got to do is add a little more. There. Now it's between pi 2 and 0.0f. Now we can start fiddling with this a little bit. Boy. I am very derpy today, and that's fine. I got a lot to think about, and there's a lot going on. So what this is now doing is, now that I've got that effectively working, and we're also counting up all of the bins and adding them to the score, and then the score goes to a maximum of 26 and counts along all of these things, including the upper cases. And based on how this works, it could have some of these hit records approximating about the same density readings, but now it's really counting much more in terms of, well, first of all, going to want to do this. If I do that, the loud sections expand outwards until they dial back again, but sweep across a maximum score. And we're going to see what that does. But again, we're dialing everything back as we go. And we get to dial it back to 0. And our max is going to also translate to 0 since we're applying a sine every single step of the way. And yeah. Oh, are you enjoying donut? Cool. I'm glad that you're enjoying that. Zappa is not incorrect about that. It's just that people didn't end up using the dynamics of CDs past a certain point. Early Zappa CDs most definitely fully exploited the dynamic range of it. You'd have stuff going on like 80 dB down. He had no problem with having individual tracks be substantially louder than other individual tracks, and it was all designed for a large-scale performance. Let's see how this is going. It is still building. I should move this so that you can see that bit as well. Yep. There. Up here is where it says building. You can now see, just like I can, where that is going. And now, let's see where this shows up. It seems to have an opinion of how loud stuff is supposed to go, but we're only going to see more when the music kicks in. And it's holding it down to a very small rating either. The balance is actually fine. Balance is not giving me a big problem. But it's not able to scale up as much as it needs to. Okay. It has a very high opinion of the balance of this, and it's not wrong. Let's do 2 orders of magnitude, because we're a mile off. Tweaks of this value should be enough to get this locked in. This one subtracting value is governing how quickly it sweeps from so loud that it is suppressed to so quiet that it doesn't count. And if we have incredibly sparse stuff coming in, it's not going to go up to a very high value. And if we have incredibly dense stuff coming in at any given bin position, if you have stuff that is so dense that it's just maxing out completely, then that's going to kind of go beyond around the far side of the sine calculation to where it's closer to 0 again, and then pinned there. Do you mean Donut is picking up my voice as well? Huh, okay. I mean, my job for doing the live streaming is talking, so I'll do my level best there. One of the things I can test this with, by the way, is the same Dragon stuff that I was putting on for coffee making and restroom breaks. I know that's producing the fullness scale way beyond anything that I need. And Yes is producing the slew scale about as much as anything I would need. So we kind of have multiple. Oh, when I had it going, it certainly was not picking up my voice, no. I don't have a microphone piped into this. Okay, we edited it and didn't see a result. Maybe I'm not sweeping back fast enough? Yeah, it's like worse. Okay, quick revision. Rather than adding 2 orders of magnitude, because it's possible it's only doing this with every update. So it's not like we're running this every sample. So maybe it needs to be much coarser than that. So let's give that a try. What it's looking like is it was forcing it to go to such a high value there that it stopped responding. Arguably, that means all of this needs to be scaled back even more. But we should have these things balanced with, yeah, see, we've got the same code in here. It's the same code for output B, R, and G as it is for the bins, but the bins go to a different place. And yeah. So quick save, quick rebuild. I think I went the opposite direction. I think I made it go so that high output values cranked things up to a point where they couldn't respond. Because again, we're going to a maximum of wrapped around the sign to where it's returning 0 when you apply sign to it. Doing a minimum of whatever this output is and pi means it's being dialed back. And it becomes a question of where does that sit relating to having many bins active at once and where stuff sits. I do have good reference audio for this stuff though. Like I can pick out something where it's like this is supposed to make it ring all of its bells. Generally that's going to be possible. So we'll see whether this gives me higher scores than previously, because if it gives me lower scores, then there's further rethinking to do. And again, I can always make it max out by setting it to mpi_2, which means it doesn't get to go beyond its loudest possible setting. That might actually make sense. That might be better than what I'm doing here. Ooh, or I could do sine peak track like this, but then divide by 2, and that'll neatly get me to, it'll have a little bit more room, but it'll neatly get me to the kind of curve I'm looking for. Back to yes, and then let's see what this does. I don't think that's giving me what I'm looking for. The middle letter at least should be giving me some really high score very soon. Remember, they can go up to F. And my assumption is having all of the peaks and slews coming in at slightly different levels is going to sound better than having them all line up at the same. Yeah, not enough. Okay. So, here's the next thing to try. We're doing a sine calculation on this, but we can also do this. There. Now it's still adding all of these up, but they also scale up to a maximum value that is giving me input into these algorithms. And then the scaling of that subtract there is going to do something else. So let's see what we got when we go back to leaving these values sticking around a little bit longer. Still got all the other stuff that I need to do with that clipping thing that I was working on the other day. Got to get back to that. I have to make time for that today. I've got like Spiral 3 to work on. And if it works, I can get a bunch of stuff happening. But I got to get back to that as well as this. All of the, like, I'm probably going to be putting out X2 Bus this weekend because I won't be able to have any of these things done. I'm not going to have meter done by this weekend to be able to make a video of it. I have to go and measure hundreds of tracks to get a sense of how well it's working. This is just doing really scattershot measurements. Like, I'm happy enough with where I'm taking it, but I do need to see how it's working out before I can really know what I've got out of it. And that's not available right now. What are you going to do? I can resent needing to take the time while still taking the time. It's all good. So if what I just did helped, we're going to see big capital letters showing up in the subcategories. Well, it's going up higher than it did. Okay. So here's what we're looking at. The next part of the job is working out how to balance these things and deciding what is the desired density of any given density here. And I can do that a number of different ways. If I have these bins scaled back faster, it will go to lower scores here. And it's not unreasonable for it to be producing a very low base register. So what am I talking about? Let's take an order of magnitude off of how fast it scales back. And then there can be fine details of each of these values can be slightly different in order to optimize it. But now what I've done is I've taken an order of magnitude off of how fast it is scaling back. That's going to cause those values to go to less high values. At any given point, it is spending less time at its maximum values because all of these registrations are falling back quicker. They go up to a maximum of pi, and then it's the sign, and then times 0.5, meaning their maximum is maximum contribution to the end result. The end result is defined as 36 total bins. So that's determining the maximum value that everything can get to. More bins means a higher possible maximum value. Fewer bins, like if I made it be 8 bins, it would no longer be able to go to as high of a value at all. Absolute max is, or absolute minimum is 26 for that measurement. And 26 means that there has to be something happening at every single position vertically along that graph to make it register, which is clearly not happening. Not only that, it kind of can't happen for things like the zero cross meter. Zero cross meter has bins that never get filled. And that's why it might need to be scaled. So here's everything dialing back faster. Then when the band kicks in, scaling it back by an order of magnitude was actually quite a lot. In fact, it is so much that nothing actually is peaking out the meter anymore. So, there's a reason why I'm looking at these particular tracks though. So, scale it down by like a factor of 4 or so. Or actually, wasn't that already too little? Probably was. So there's a number of things going on here. One of them is I have to have the maximums be reasonable values. And that's going to mean scaling these at different speeds, but it's also going to mean dialing in an appropriate number of bin sizes so that, like, I can demonstrate some of this with like birthday. Birthday, almost by definition, is not going to fill all the bins at all the times because it's too loud to fill the quieter bins. Its brightness and its loudness are going to abjectly fail to fill in all the bins that need to be hit. Whereas something like, for instance, Donald Fagen's IGY has all of its quietest bins being constantly triggered, but the loudest ones are very rarely hit. And the Trevor Horn produced Yes track that I'm using here is kind of a happy medium. It really is kind of striking every possible result. So let's have a quick gander at where it's sitting now. And I apologize for how weird and goofy all of this sounds, but it is what it is. A pretty clear idea of where I'm trying to get with it. Okay, so decent balance so far. Haha. So that is letting it go louder. Some of this stuff I can see as being relatively optimal. Yeah, it's going to be another taco day today. I'm looking forward to it. I would have to say this is some progress, Grants, yes. It's rather challenging, but still basically good. And in particular, this is a really good choice. I think it's Jonathan Bullitt who suggested this one, and it was well asked for. This really covers a wide range. The problem is we need to restrict it a little bit. So, FF is too big. Let's dial total bins down some. If we had the total bins just slightly more than the total numbers, it's going to really absolutely demand that breadth to get up to a F. We've only adjusted total bins at this stage. So I'm thinking the owner of a lonely heart will probably still return a high score there, but I should be able to refer to a different thing and have it return a different score. And where this is basically going is, as I go in this direction, it's going to increasingly demand space in the mix. It's going to demand that kind of Trevor Horn production style, rather than just run everything into a boombox as loud as it can go. So I might be able to make a production gloss measurer. And another thing that's going to be helpful is referring to stuff where there's a lot of dynamics in there, and it doesn't use the top end of the amplitude. Don't know yet. Haven't tried it. When I do, it will fire off all of these bins. Even loud range score is still going to incorporate a lot of quieter stuff. Super loud range stuff, on the other hand, maybe not as much. But yeah, the way we're adding stuff to these bins, it's using exactly the same formula as the color. Where are we at? Back to here again. So what I have now done is dialed back the number of bins. That's going to restrict the maximum score that it's able to get to when it dials up here. And it has in fact done that. And so what we now have is a score where it's doing a very similar measurement to what we had before, except for now it's saying plus A rather than A. Previous arrangement called it BBC. This is calling it BBF, no, BCF. But that makes sense because look at how much is going on in the slews. That's really going to be the highest score here. And this should be giving me a high meter score, given that it is a super popular Trevor Horn mix. That is Cheyenne bass. Speaking of Cheyenne bass, I know something that's not. My track. So we're not saying this is good, but we're saying this is loud and dense and produces strong results out of various things. In particular, it's able to throw a lot into the zero cross meter. I'm wondering a little bit whether the zero cross meter needs to put more energy both into tone color and into the grading system. Maybe range sound would be an appropriate way of testing that. Let's skip ahead to where it's busier. Yeah, that's going to need a bit of work. Bass section is not giving me useful results. And I'll tell you why. This meter is measuring stuff along the spacings. Slews should take up the full range. Loudness is typically going to take up the top half. Zero cross typically going to take up the bottom half. So I should be able to make this produce a very high score. like it's showing how bassy it is in the tone color. The measurement is not showing it. Not even slightly. So I wonder whether I can skew the measurements in some way. So there's our peak track. Here's where we're adding everything. So what if we applied different curves to these? Because basically what we're looking at is we're adding this stuff to peak, slew, and base scores. We basically have to scale them because if base score is extremely, like if the base is literally full of stuff, what we need to do is double the amount that base score can produce simply because it's only using half of the bins. By the same token, peak score also can be using only half of the bins. The question is whether it should be using only half of the bins. And slew score is probably fine the way it is. So each of these max out, but then we can also scale them further. Or weight them. Using enough signs today? Oh boy. All right. So what that's technically doing now is nothing very useful. But it might be possible to do something slightly more useful with it. So what kinds of variables am I looking to use here? That gives me 0 to 1. You know, possibly I don't need the double signs. Hang on. Hang on. Let's assume I don't need the double signs. Instead, maybe what we're doing is, well, hang on. Can I say hang on anymore? How many times can I say hang on? So consider this. What does that do? What that does is if peak track bin scale, which maxes out as 1, is 1, we're kind of wrapping it around again so that 0 becomes 1 and 1 becomes closer to 0. We're like reversing it. I'm not sure if I like the way that's shaping up. But the idea is doing stuff kind of like this. For the purpose of making this go through a kind of amplitude curve. Ooh, or maybe I've got that a little backwards. Bear with me. Yeah, everything can be scaled up, but what we're doing is nesting these in a way that shouldn't be happening. If we are scaling them, that's a different story. So, bear with me some more. I know it's frustrating. It's frustrating for me too. Maybe it's only frustrating for me and nobody else minds. I always like having lots of parentheses so that I know what I'm doing. That should clean that up. Yep, got there. It'll be less frustrating to me if it's not throwing errors and warnings at me all the time. So now we get to do that times sine m pi underscore 2. That's exactly the same as it was before. We can scale up the number of bands. Like, that's going to give us higher values now. And here's where stuff gets interesting, because at this stage, bin scale divided by total bins goes from 0 to 1. We get to weight each of these based on where they stand. And that's also going to allow us to run more total bins to get to higher scores. They're just going to be weighted appropriately. So what's that going to mean? Well, for starters, This now goes from no effect to maximum at 1, which is what we're going to want for base score. If the middle one goes from 0 to 0, it's going to weight stuff happening in the sort of central area more heavily, and its maximum setting is going to go to 0. So 0 at the smallest bin, 0 at the largest bin. This also all depends upon what weighting I want. And then peak score, we're assuming that 0 is higher on the screen. Should be fairly quick to find out, though. Okay, one too many parentheses. I need to have a clearer idea of where my parentheses belong. Because we're doing that sine function, and that is the thing that scales from 0 to 1. But technically it's scaling from 0 to m pi underscore 2. So technically, if we take that, and then the sine is simply if we do that, then 0 is full output, and 1 is ending up being pi, which translates to 0 output at sine. So if I've got that sorted out, then peak score is most sensitive at the top, and the top half of it is the only part that matters. Base score is most sensitive at the bottom and doesn't care about the top half, which is going to be blank anyhow. And then slew score is most sensitive at the middle. And let's just have a little look and see what we got out of it. Technically, I can assume that I'm going to want the number of bins to be somewhat larger. I don't know if that's going to be everything I need out of it, but I probably can just keep raising the number of bins if the scores are not high enough. But we really have weighted it differently, where now I can scale it up, but it's going to care about things in different places on different meters. And I think it's probably legitimate to have this slew score wanting stuff happening in the mid-range there, because that happens in a bunch of tracks. It'll be interesting to see what a really bright track acts like. I can throw the disco track at it. That's a very good idea. The disco track is so much information happening there, and that's supposed to get to a high score. I'm craving more coffee, but it's the last thing I need. Build, damn you. Come on. Come on, you can do it. Well, hey, back to our reference material. Okay, that was not as expected. The top meter no longer works because it starts out as F and just stays there. And I know why that is too. My question is, what do these other 2 meters do? And I guess the answer is not much. Okay, well, if the first meter goes to F instantly without any noise being made, then we already have a problem. Also, nothing else is moving at all, so we got a problem. Thing is, though, why to do that? Are we not having enough parentheses in my world? What happens if I have more parentheses in my world? I wouldn't have thought that would be necessary. But we should be able to add this. Maybe it's adding mpi2. Without that, it was adding mpi2 inappropriately. So where does that sit relative to the sign? Ooh, okay, that's no bueno. That's very no bueno. That's supposed to be this other sign here. So how about I ditch this parenthesis here. I added one here, but what this is really for is making this plus relate to the sign algorithm. Oh, you can't even see it. It's under my face. I'm sorry. This plus should not be affecting that sign all the way over there. That's why it's doing it. So instead, it needs to be affecting this sign in here. In fact, all of that needs to be contained within that. Now, do I have too many signs? Maybe. But looking like a frickin' 4chaner here. But point being, here, maybe I can dial some of that back. This end parenthesis needs to relate to the sign function here. This. That plus needs to relate to that in there. It is not successfully doing so. And I would quite like to know why, but oh well. I guess we'll just add more parentheses in a mad fit of more parentheses, and that'll eventually do it. That shouldn't be, well, hang on. Am I looking at the same problem here? No, I'm not. See, it says times m pi. That has to be within that sign function. It is. And that's within that sign function, but this also must be within the sign function. And now it is. It's worth a try, I suppose. Okay, let's see what we got now. Building 6, 7. I should get the other stuff going on the laptop. I'll code on two things simultaneously. That's a laugh, only if I get another cup of coffee, and I should not be doing that. Somebody earlier said, "Take the time you need, Chris," in all caps, and that's appropriate, I think. Sometimes I need to be yelled at to take the time that I need in all caps. Well, one thing about it, I fixed the thing that caused that one to go to F instantly without responding to anything. I know that is the case, at least. Also, the slew stuff, I think the sign-related skewings I have of all of this are appropriate. Because, like, we really care about stuff happening in the mid-range of the slew meter, but the stuff down at the bottom of the slew meter is really not meaningful. Whether there's stuff going on there is really not meaningful. And the overslew stuff, I don't think that's that helpful. I don't think the overslew stuff is very pleasing. All right, what do we got apart from now it doesn't instantly go to F? I guess that's the thing that we can test. Does it instantly go to F? It does not. Okay, I forgot it was going to make a noise. It scared me. So I think what's going to happen here is not enough bins. I'll tell you something else. The bottom meters aren't responding. The top meter seems to be basically making sense to me. These bottom meters, not so much. And I don't quite know what's going on there. Here's the code. So in theory, it's measuring that. I could see the low one not I could see the low one not responding in the way that it's not responding. But that middle one, that just ain't right. Those middle values should be giving me a higher reading there. Well, what happens when I throw a known basey thing at it? Here is a known basey thing. Ooh, look at that. T. We have a new maximum output. And you know what that means? We have to run more bins. Only then can we get a higher output. Oh God, building again. So one thing to note is that the scaling that I'm doing is forcing things to rate as less than where it started. Like before, I was adding all of these bins without scaling them at all. Currently what it's doing is it's scaling stuff based on bin scale divided by total bins. So that's going from 0 to 1. and then it's being multiplied by either mpi or mpi2 or whatever, meaning that part of the way through the sweep, it will deliver 1. Every other point, like the top one, starts as the highest value and scales down to 0 at bin scale equals total bins. That gives us a 0 because it's mpi2 plus mpi2, meaning pi, meaning the sign function returns a 0. Slew score, that should be halfway across, is giving it its maximum. And then base score is giving its maximum when bin scale equals total bins times mpi2, sine of that. They all kind of overlap a little bit. It's not just a linear. And I'm almost certainly going to have to tweak these things in various directions in some way, shape, or form. Or, okay, something is eluding me here. These are now pinned at TT, and I don't see why. What could be causing that? Well, go back to what it was before, or maybe even a little bit less. Let's just straight up amplify that. We're just going to increase it. We could also do it here, but we can do it there. And then similar calculation, but we don't necessarily need to scale that one. And off we go again. We're trying to get those other two letters to read something higher than lowercase t. They should all be able to go to capital F. Ooh, also get a load of that. Hang on. Lowercase t means it's 0. I'm not sure amplifying that is going to change it. Oh, I bet I know what's going on. These are integers. They need to be calculating them as floats. Otherwise, I don't get a decimal out of that. And 0 times mpi2 is always 0. Yeah. Okay, there's a problem. I don't even need to finish this build. I know that's the problem already. So, and it's funny that this is returning 1 all the time, but okay. Never mind this, because that wasn't what was tripping me up. Here's your problem. We need to stick this in all over the place here. This is turning into a messy looking algorithm, but whatever. Oops. There. Now we're applying the sine function, but it's on floating point numbers rather than integers. Dividing integers by integers in hopes of getting a less than 1 number is never going to happen. That was the problem with that one. Also, I'm going to need you to give me a moment. What I'm going to do is put this on just to listen to for briefly. Back in a moment. I'm going to rinse up my coffee cup and visit the can. Hey. There we go. So where we leave off, build succeeded, so I get to look at that anyhow. The problem I was running into was the fact that I was taking a integer, dividing it by a much larger integer, and expecting it not to be 0. But you divide stuff scoped that way, and the end result will also be an integer. So I was feeding integer 0 into the sine function, and 0 times m pi 2 is still 0. That's why when I run this, having built it, I should be getting a letter score out of the bottom that is not lowercase t, in other words 0. And there we are. So now all of those things react. And that's still not the kind of behavior I'm looking for. But now we can also increase total bins. In hopes of getting it to do something useful. Bumped it to 40. And again, the way that works is as I keep increasing that number, it's giving me more granularity, but it is also directly increasing the numbers that we get out. It might be scaling them differently. It might be positioning them differently. We're going to go back to the vinyl records for measuring things. But what it's most definitely going to do is give me higher numbers on the output. And we're still working out, because I don't necessarily want, so here's what we're looking at. If that stuff just above it says bin scale minus 0.0125, if that is too small of a number, then all of these things just build up. If it is too big of a number being subtracted, then any given event passes by too quickly. And it's a little difficult to tell, but although there might be a way of fixing that. I could have it showing immediate values. Let's do a quick check on this for the moment, but then I'll make it do immediate values, and then they'll all be fluctuating like mad. And everything will be very unmanageable, but it'll be fun to watch, I guess. So here we go with this one. Same one as before. I guess the purpose here is to see whether that middle meter bumps up to a high value. Because that middle value should bump up to a much higher value, but maybe not quite as high as I expect. Well, it got to lowercase c now. It's possible that that's kind of dialed in. The other ones need to be dialed in. Yeah, because more happening on that middle meter will cause that to go to a higher number. I could see that being an appropriate value for that one. Loudness and bass, maybe not. Let's quick see what the bass does when given something that's obviously too much. It's up to F now. See, here's the thing that's very intense, but that's not occupying that big of a space. I may have miscalculated that. Wasn't this one covering a bigger range? Yup. Well, kinda. Very strong results all the way down there. That's supposed to give me the highest possible root. I'll use that one to, after all, it's triggering even stuff up here. It's not very big, but you can kind of see it. So could I have that backwards? Could it be recording? It's trying to look at only the quietest peaks and only the highest zero cross positions? That would be terrible, but imagine if that was true. So what would that mean? That would mean reversing these things. Oh gosh. I derped it up pretty good, but I'll put it back. There you go. And then this has to have this removed from it. And let's see if that acts any different. I thought I had it right the first time. I didn't think I had it literally backwards the first time. But who can say? I do know that if I had it literally backwards, then this is going to start giving me higher numbers, and I'll just chalk it up to oops. Man, my stomach is rumbling at 2:30 in the afternoon already. I'll have earned those tacos today, I'm telling you. Yeah, and the hope is that if I throw something that aggressive at zero cross meter, it will register as a very high score. I should be able to throw way too much happening at the zero cross and have that be like, oh yeah, that's way too much happening. Because the sub-scores are supposed to balance. So if this doesn't turn out to be what fixes the problem, and again, I thought I had it right the first time. If this doesn't turn out to be what fixes the problem, then it becomes a matter of scaling everything to sort of compensate. And I guess just shrugging over the fact that the slew score is now doing what it's supposed to. Pretty. So, do the letters for loudness and fullness go up to a large value or not? Definitely not. Wait. Did I speak too soon? Or maybe I'm just thinking about this wrong. Maybe that sign-based concept is simply not what I'm looking for. I don't trust the sign-based concept anymore. Fun though it may be. Oh gosh, now what are you doing? Oh, it's missing a thing. Back you go. Thank you. So what am I going to do to get this to do what I want? I do know that I needn't worry so much about there being empty spaces that aren't being covered. If the zero cross meter never produces anything up particularly high, that's fine. It could be just a total scoring thing. Okay, so what if we assume that the ideal slew behavior is using literally the entire meter. Peak behavior, not necessarily as much. Base behavior, ideally you're using more of it, but let's see what we're looking at. I do have, well, there's two places I can be scaling this though. Like I can have it fall off more quickly too. That, however, is a legitimate place that I can be scaling it. Or indeed, I'm going to let this build. But yeah, I don't have to do that scaling every single iteration here. I can just scale the end result. I'm going to do that in a minute. In a moment, I'm going to go and do it. But yeah, my whole trouble here is that the amplitudes of these things don't line up. The picture of a fully saturated fullness doesn't give me remotely the same variable as a fully saturated slew. There. Now that's exactly this, what? Okay. That's exactly the same as what I just built. I just have it in a different place. So what are we looking at now? We do with our numbers going up a little bit more. Okay, now amplitude is amplitude happy. And the other two parameters don't scale up as much as I would like. So amplitude needs to go down. Other two are keeping pace fairly well, though. Oh, wrong thing. Man, I am falling all over myself today. I think that's just the way it goes sometimes. I have a lot to do. I don't get to release this weekend after all because I have to overhaul it completely from scratch, and it's going terribly. But sometimes those are the days when I actually make progress, so I can't really go by how it feels. Sometimes it's just the way of it. You can't go by how it feels. You have to go by what actually had happened. Let's bail out of here. I'm trying not to quit like the streaming or something in a flailing pile of fail. We're going to try to avoid the flailing pile of fail. Here we go. So if this was 0.5, and maybe we'll scale everything. And the way we'll go about scaling everything is by making this go to a larger number that we can then scale right down again afterwards. See, that gives us more to work with. I don't know whether the bin scale is correct, but I know. Most likely I'm going to get there, and we're doing our best. So 3, 5, and 9 this time. And I should really pick something. Oh, I know. There's a Peter Gabriel track that is guaranteed to be. There's a Duran Duran and a Peter Gabriel track and a The Who track. I'm looking at stuff that gave me very high numbers, or high letters rather. See? And Sugarloaf gives me very high letters, but it's a long butt of a song. Whereas Sledgehammer, that's high numbers, but also it kind of chugs along doing the same thing throughout. So that might be a better choice. At least for dialing in our maximums here. Let's find out. Classic 80s. It is possible that it is so sparse that it's not going to read that high, and that I should look up things that are less sparse in order to dial this in. I mean, it sounds lovely, but I'm feeling like this is not giving me very high readings. Although ironically, man, is it producing a balance. And that is an incredibly widely spaced batch of little points. Ooh, bass got to capital A. That's interesting. I don't remember this one being more about the bass than anything else. I can kind of see the loudness section not peaking out here. Gives one furiously to think, oh, I remember what I was going to do. Hang on. I remember what I was going to do. Let's just watch those scramble. Now they're going to be constantly churning. Maybe I'll be able to read them as they go by. Maybe I'll just freak out. But rather than simply waiting for the score to go higher, now I get to see the score as a constantly moving thing. And if I can track that visually, it'll at least show me something. Unless it doesn't, we'll find out. And again, I'm scaling all of these things back quite a bit though. Tempted to go with my track just because I know it is overly loud, dense, and full. Building 25, 30, 26, 31. Come on, you can do this. Is a beastly powerful computer. I guess it's just difficult to build Pamplejuice projects or something. I shouldn't gripe. A lot of people have to sit around with much more delays when they're doing their coding. There we go. Got something. Back to Owner of a Lonely Heart, actually. That was giving me some results. I can bounce around a bit once we get here. Okay, I'm seeing how these move, and that's showing me the scaling. That's how fast it's fallen back. Interesting. So this is the data being put in, and that's as fast as stuff falls back. Arguably, that is not nearly fast enough. I think it's giving me a very accurate picture, though. Okay, so that's interesting. So what's going on here is, let's double how fast this falls back, because that's not remotely enough. Also, let's ditch that, see where we get from there. And while we're at it, well, no, that should be an acceptable number of bins. Maybe? Well, what if we call it 52? We're basically looking at perhaps twice as many bins as we have letters for situations in which the stack of bins that we're reading, only about half of them are useful. So in theory, that might actually be a helpful result. That also is informed by the fact that what we're looking at with the peak track and stuff is falling back so slowly that things are going up to a score and then not budging. And I thought what was happening was things were going up to a score and then immediately zipping back down again, and that this other stuff played more of a role, but that's not true. What's happening is stuff is going up to a score and kind of hanging out there. And I was looking to have it be fluctuating a little more actively than that. So we shall see. This is also the point where I could dial in tone color a little bit, but I'm not quite sure what I should be dialing tone color to. This is a fair question. I mean, if I just go by what is a #1 hit song, well, I have a whole bunch of examples here and they all sound different. All right, are you able to fluctuate more rapidly now? We got silence. It's creeping up. So that score is supposed to be giving us the maximum point that it ever reached. And that's what we're seeing bouncing around here. Funnily enough, we have a fairly consistent result here. Hovering around fairly balanced results. They're just on the low side. You see how quickly it's moving though? It's supposed to be able to go right back down again once you've hit a certain density. It's not supposed to hang on to the density for half a minute. And I think it's doing that fairly well. Ooh, it bounced all the way up to 8 just for an instant. When it went, you. I know what that part was. Arguably, it's bouncing down too quickly, though. I'm not sure. So let's look at something else while we're at it. What have we got that's loud? Immediately loud. Well, I know something that's dense. And we can see the variables bounce around there. Again, maybe it's going a little bit too quickly now. The gist seems to be about right, though. Very useful seeing the numbers go back down again, or letters go back down again, rather. Yeah. We're kind of hovering in the right zone. So let's skip ahead to this bit. Density hits now. Okay, that went up to like L, M, and O. Although, I say that, but that just landed all in here. That didn't take up much space at all. That doesn't actually qualify as intense zero cross stuff. That's a very narrow window. Look at that. It's not even going down to 30 hertz. Well, we know what to do about that. Cool as that is, I have other examples that cover that range much better. Even if I have to look all the way down here for it. Or rather, well, here's a loudness example. Okay, so the gray dots are the ones that I've used, and that's what I'm looking through. And, okay, not you, not you. Not you. Oh, come on, I know I had this. Dang it. There we go. I know that has full bass. Maybe not at this point. But the zero cross meter, oh, the loudness meter should be lighting up on this. Well, it went to a lowercase a. Okay, how about another section? There we go. So that should be lighting up the zero cross meter lots. And I see a F. It's also lighting up this meter a lot. It really cares about covering a wide range in here. But you see what I mean about the zero cross meter. I'm curious as to whether this is going to cause this calculation to go down. I feel like maybe it's only tracking the fluctuations, and then there's a limit to that as well. So that gives me a pretty full range right there. I feel like that's moving so fast that I'm not sure I trust it. There's an uppercase A. There we go. Not too shabby. Why don't we try using this one as a reference? It's kind of hard to get a bigger seller than Darkside. I feel like it's kind of giving me certain things that I was looking for. Oh, there's more. Yeah, look at that. We bumped right up to a larger value right there. So logically, here's where we adjust. We don't actually need to change the spacing of that at all, but we're going to. We're definitely keeping a maximum score. And I saw how fast that stuff was moving. That means this number is slightly too high. If it goes down slower, it'll hang on to these numbers a little bit more. Hey, Exec Breeze. Yeah, it's one of those days. It is possible that I'll be getting wonderful results, and this is a very productive day. I feel like sometimes the way that works is when you're really fully engaged and able to be completely critical and operating, on all cylinders is the most frustrating times, because then you can see all the things you're not doing yet, or all the bits that have gone wrong. And you most acutely feel the lack of progress when you're making the most progress, because your target is like out there somewhere. I've got like the dev laptop sitting right next to me, waiting for me to do. Maybe I should bounce around. Like, I got another 2 hours to stream. I could bounce around between these two things. would be a little disconcerting. Stranger things have happened, though. I should do that. Let me set... I'll do at least a little bit of this other stuff. That being... plug in this guy. We're almost ready to do the other one, though, but I'll just bounce back and forth for the remainder of the day. But here is this storing the end results. No synth jam for me today. Not a chance. I have too much to do. So here's where this is being scaled currently. I don't think that should go as high as that. But I'm interested in seeing where the lows and stuff go. The lows I can almost believe. No, that's still too much. Yeah, that's way too much. So I definitely didn't have it falling away as fast. Yep, everything is going up to a maximum already even before the song kicks in. Well, this is a really strong showing. It shouldn't be doing it this hard, this early. Note, however, the color shifts. Not inappropriate that it has... Well, it's not actually showing that much bass, though. So plus A, F, C, D. So the plus A, that's tracking tone color, not these other letters. So theoretically, since the plus A is tracking tone color at this stage, these letters should also be matching. And they should be matching it around lowercase or capital A, probably lowercase. So what would that mean? We're interested wave. So we got that. Firstly, let's have all of these things. Except for I feel like slew needed to go a little hotter than that. And then while we wait for this to build, look, we have something else. We have derivative clip. This can build too. But here's the thing. I left off on this one while I had it doing something kind of interesting. It's a hard clip sound. And I was getting kind of an interesting result out of it. Can't patch this through the speakers at this time. But what I can do is just do this. So here's where we left off. Unthinkable amounts of gain. So what I'm also wondering is whether I get anything out of hard clipping the output of this. That's what I'm wondering. So we're generating all of this. They're all derivatives. And then it looks very much like applying this is a factor of boosting. And that's kind of jank. I'm not sure if we can do a corrected clipper that only adds to the output of the clipper. That doesn't feel like that makes any sense at all. Back to this. We successfully finished building that. Now what? I fear I might not be able to do the other one today. It's too difficult bouncing back and forth like that. But what have we got here? We have much lower numbers coming out, or letters rather. So the purpose of the thing that I just did was to try to make those letters to the side not be as large. And who boy did I succeed? That's not very large at all. It's wildly less impressive than it was before. Although it's giving me very balanced letters though. What I need to do is identify places where tone color is really balanced and then dial it in from there. Yeah, that comes in and all of a sudden we swept through brightness. So where was that happening? A little after 1 minute. So yeah, first things first. There we go. Okay. So a little past about 1 minute 30 or so gets me to a place where it's balanced. IDJ does not represent balanced. But this might. It probably won't. So about 1 minute 30. It's making me crazy that molt is always a plus. That seems very frustrating. Like, this is the code that got me a much improved behavior on aliasing, but it's doing it by adding. It's doing it by adding derivatives to the output of the clipped waveform. Can't say as I love that. Mind you, there's ways I could use it that would still be pretty legitimate. And although I don't think this build is the one for me, I think that I could probably do a little experimenting with that. In particular, I could try it out on density. I could try it out on spiral. If I did that, that's more or less usable, because those things, they don't have to be a safety clipper, especially if we're not running really hard into them. Okay, about 1 minute 30. Here we are. So we're looking at those little letters to the side there. And the idea is to find a place where this is all approximating end result numbers that both represent what the high frequency and balance stuff is doing. Okay, FFG, EFG. This is not actually a mile off. remembering that those letters are meant to be the highest score they ever managed to reach, which is not something that we're quite hitting at this stage in this song. Mind you, we're not going to be hitting them in other places in the song either, because once it starts kicking in, everything kind of narrows. And we're really looking more at widest possible range. And this isn't always demonstrating widest possible range. Plus, it's going to be really fun throwing some of the weirder, like modern stuff at this. See what that does, because that's going to be hilarious. And we're no longer able to set a higher score on those letters because everything has narrowed down rather than maxing out that particular behavior. So we're not, it's being louder, but it is no longer able to set a high score that way. This is sort of like, but then here's another section. Which doesn't mean that it's giving me any new letters here. I could put it back to just watching them change. Oh, got a new variable. We got a new letter. It went to D. I wonder if I try a different song. For instance, this one, which I know spends more time in balance. See, we got a plus A moment going on. That means tone color was sufficiently in balance. It's hanging out doing that quite a bit. That doesn't mean these other things are going to be doing likewise. It's basically saying, hey, the middle section is going up to quite the high score, but not everything else is. And that tracks. Slew Cloud is really quite good. Oh yeah, look at that. It's gone all the way up to lowercase a. Uppercase a. Meanwhile, this is not occupying as much space. And the zero cross is definitely not going to be doing anything spectacular here. So the question here is, if I've got something that is balancing really well, am I aiming for a different target with these letters? Because you see this, the density increases and increases. What we end up being able to do is balance these out differently. And as amplitude kind of ramps up, that's not necessarily going to make this occupy more space. I do have examples that would maximize that though. And then it's fair to not expect the zero cross to be performing very high on this, although it really kind of, you could justify calling this more optimal, even though it's not throwing a lot of subs there. But it's kind of weighted towards wanting the subs to be impressive. It's kind of weighted towards liking that happening. Shifting everything up in this way isn't automatically going to make it all better. So here's another good reference. Drum section. And here is where this will not be performing very well. They're going too hard, so they're densifying everything up into this area. Although, look at that, it's kind of filling a half of the range. This should be able to do a little better. Tone color is wretched, though. Tone color is all about the loud, which is represented by the color of the dots, too, like that tracks. So, bored now. What else can we look at? More fully loud. So the whole purpose of this is to be able to represent density like this appropriately. That's probably about as dense as you want. And in fact, it's doing a fairly decent job of zero cross, even though it's not like... I like the fact that having something happen up in this mid-range area still helps its score. It's not exclusively about just subs happening, though it does want some bass to be happening. So let's quit out of here again. I think all of the scores were running kind of low, so I can nudge those. I'm not sure if I want to slow this any. That's actually another way that I can raise the scores. I can raise the scores by lowering the amount that they drop. And I could be doing that on the degree of tweaking those against each other as well. What I don't know is whether there's any usefulness to that. Like, if there's a taper to how these things fall off, are there areas where it wants to be more like densely packed or less densely packed, dot-wise? Because effectively what we're doing is we're looking at all the dots that are being played. The measurement is kind of smearing the dots horizontally in time. Also, we've not really done much with this. So wouldn't it be interesting if we had them sort of wrap around again, so that rather than simply going up to the loudest possible point, they go a little ways beyond it and then sweep through that point as things quiet down. What's that going to do? Apart from smear the audio even more. We'll find out. I confess I'm tempted to bounce back and forth between this and the Clipper algorithm. I feel like there's little chance I'm going to be able to do anything with the Clipper algorithm today on stream. I've only got an hour and a half left, and meter is just eating my brain today, so I don't think I'm going to be able to do more with the DerivaClip. Again, I am very frustrated that the stuff I was able to do with making wildly intense overclipping sound better is all about adding things to the clip after it has been clipped. That is making stuff louder again. And while I can see a use for that in certain places, it's not very useful as far as making stuff be crazy loud. Although, the amplitudes I was getting out of it weren't wildly beyond what was already there. In fact, I could do a little experimenting with that. We could do a little experimenting with that. Meanwhile, we're experimenting with this. So we should get our letters going higher here, because that's really filling up this area. And that should not necessarily make it go a higher score. These are not wide enough bands. They're not wide enough clouds. Oh, okay, our loudness got to a lowercase a though. And one of the things I'm referring to in all of this, I'm trying to not simply refer to my own theories, but to stuff that is known hit records. And that does pretty much qualify. Like the White Album, yeah, White Album counts as a hit record that has sold an enormous number of copies. And that got to a loudness of A, so cool. Oh, quick cross-reference. I don't expect this to give me anything useful, but I'm interested in what I get. Because one thing about this is extraordinarily dynamic. Oh, you're going to have to wait for this meter. We're not quite done with this yet. In the absence of this, I would simply use the most recent one. So, this is telling me a story of really very good balance, which is what I expected. I mean, this is another ginormous hit, so wouldn't be wrong for dialing things in based on this. Nobody's really criticized Hotel California for tone, and look at what the tone color is doing. And the brightness is spiked up to a capital A. I think that's probably fair. Loudness hasn't spiked up much though, but then I'm kind of not really expecting it to. But this should be one of my higher scoring ones. Even though it's not on the loud side, this should be one of my higher scoring ones. So here's a thought. What if I handle it using the decays inside that algorithm? Because we really got into a zone back here where it was very impressive. Was doing an incredible job of being balanced. And then the loudness needs less decay. Slew needs more. Base needs, or Flu needs less decay. Both of these ones need more. Fairly balanced as well. Let's find out. And again, I'm letting it do this. Here's decay. So if there was more decay, then this would be more along the lines of like that. And if there's less decay for these, then they're dialing back more slowly. They're smearing the sound more aggressively, meaning that more stuff gets to add up, even in something like Hotel California, where it's actually very empty and sparse. But this is supposed to be able to reward stuff that is that empty and sparse. So I'll set that to build, bounce over to this for just long enough to, without even building a new one. Let's have a look at what this crazy thing does. Actually, I can simply open the plugin directly. I'm not that interested in any of the other stuff anymore. I just would like to pad it. And it should be hanging around. That should be unity gain. So if that's unity gain, then output would be okay, undo that. Output of 1. Also, we can have it snap to full volume a little more quickly than that. And it doesn't really look like it's changed much. Undo. So let's call that output like that. And we finished building the new meter. So if it's not actively trying to clip, what we see is not all that much in the way of difference. And then if we double that volume, this is 6 dB gain. Plus 6 dB. There's our output, but what it's actually adding is not that striking. We've still got pretty much a hard clip there. And yet this algorithm should still be in play. Here it is playing. $12 dB. Not 2.5. Not 2.5.1, thank you. So that's now a volume normalized version of that. And then if we apply it, we may be adding to the output, but it doesn't seem to be going that crazy. I feel like there's a lot going on here, but it's not actually going beyond the iron bar that much more. And that's interesting. Back over to meter. And where were we at? We had just adjusted these and we're leaving this the same. I don't know why I did that. We were playing with Hotel California. Because it is very balanced. Here it is. So the curiosity is twofold. One, do those letter scores balance the way that the tone color balances pretty well? And what do they get up to? And how does that compare with other tracks I could be putting through it? Because I feel like there's a usefulness to manipulating the fall off of those measurements. One thing I'm clearly getting is it's able to get to higher scores on loudness. And I dialed that back on slew, so it should go to lower scores on slews. So it's probably okay that the Zero Cross's rating is very low, because although this has really good Zero Cross, it's not very busy down there. There's a lot of stuff that gets a lot more active. Tone color is leaning towards brightness. Well, there's a classic outro. If we go to the classic outro, then loudness gets a lot busier. And in fact, so is slew. So I could see this being a pretty legitimate reading for this stuff. This is what we see up here is a picture of what this incredibly good sounding outro stuff goes like. When it gets to this moment and you're like, wow, that's amazing. Well, one of the things happening is the slews are doing this thing. Also, bass is getting more active too. However, I would not say that that was actually covering as much of a lowercase a there is, oh, look at that. Hey, we're going through the fade and it is starting to give us spectacular results, which is one of the things we're kind of guarding against though. I don't want just automatically having a fade mean, yep, this went to a giant high score. That's one of the challenges of how all this works. That would suggest that these are lingering slightly too long. Here's a very sparse track that has some things going for it. So this is one of those deathless jams where there's something going on with this that's worth note. And I believe that the new version of Meter will probably do a pretty good job of illustrating what's going on there. I am a little concerned, however, that it's registering stuff in the very quiet zone, and I'm not sure it should be doing that. that's the cost of this, is I can make it so that it cares way too much about, are there things happening at like minus 72 dB all of a sudden? And that doesn't seem useful. But some of the rest of it, so this simply has me wondering more about balance and whether I can scale everything based on amplitude. Like I can have it be caring about the louder things being balanced more than the quiet things being balanced. I could do the same thing for slews, but I'm not sure that would be useful. And the zero cross would be following roughly the same rules, although I could have it follow opposite rules. Like I could have it not giving a crap about the subs. That would be interesting. If the zero cross wasn't giving a crap about the subs, it would be super interested in everything else. I have examples of that. In a way, this is one of the examples of that. We have a really good zero cross behavior here. I mean, if you think of it in terms of what is a cloud, that is a cloud. So what we could maybe do is scale everything relative to how high up on the meter it is. Not that zero cross ever gets to be very high up in the meter, but that would give me something. Blue is sounds that tend to emphasize loudness beyond anything else. Red is sounds that emphasize brightness rather than anything else. Green is sounds that emphasize bass more than anything else. And that's kind of how we perceive these things, and then all of this stuff plays a role as well. So, back into this wacky breach. But and I don't have to do it too hardcore either. I can do more with that. Alrighty. So if I just copy that over, and I should be able to do it by just taking everything from this point on. So what we've done is bin scale divided by total bins. Well, those are integers, so you can't simply divide it, but I can convert them into floats, then I can divide it. What that's going to do is take all of this, and if the bin scale is closer to 0, I'm assuming we're counting downwards from 0 to the largest number. And that is the way that it's arranged, that it's caring about stuff at the top of the meter. And that's why I have 1.0 minus that. I can also skew it in such a way that it could be like 1.1 or 1.2. or something like that, which would even that out to some extent, but still lean a little bit towards the stuff on one side of the meter or the other. And we can find out what that looks like while also doing the thing I was telling you about. We'll play with this some more. So we've seen that. It is currently doing a thing of just straight up doing a hard clip and then taking the derivative of that. But I do not have to do that. I can run it on spiral and see how close I am to having a working derivative corrected spiral. Stranger things have happened. I don't know any of them, but oh, and that is doing a clip maximum on spiral, which was hanging around being in there somewhere. So that the purpose of that is so that spiral can hard clip at an insane amount of gain. In fact, I should be able to turn the gain down. Why do I need the gain to be this high? Let's dial the gain back. So build that. Now 0.1 is unity gain. And we're running spiral. Meanwhile, this finished compiling. So we quickly check to see what this one has ended up as. Bounce into the middle here. And it is giving me very, very low scores. That kind of tracks though. Now it should be able to go a little higher when more is happening. Technically what that means is we should be able to fire up a loud track. Like, where did I leave that Beatles track? It's in here somewhere. And it ain't that one. Well, here's a loud track. Sgt. Pepper's Reprise is a loud track. So if we have everything happening up in the top here, it should still be recording that. So here's the trick. I need to find out whether this is the beginning of the count or this is the end of the count. And we've dropped it right down to where it's reading DQQP. Here's the opposite. So if that says QQP still, or something even smaller than Q, then it'll tell me something. Meanwhile, did I build? Well, I did now. So now we're looking at spiral over here. Although I haven't dialed in its maximum clip level. And $12 dB. And now if we do this, we're hitting it with 12 dB gain and then padding it by 12 dB gain. So we get to see how much overshoot this whole process gives me, having hard-coded it. And honestly, that's really not very much overshoot at all. So maybe it'll be fine. I'm adding to the output of the clip, but for some reason it's acting like it's behaving itself. And I don't really know quite what... Oh, and we weren't actually seeing any of that, whatever. I thought I was doing this right. I'm doing as well as I can. Q, was it? Q is the letter I was looking for here. So then the question is it still showing me Q, or is it showing me an even smaller number? LMNOPQ. Well, now that's looking a little bit more like it's giving me higher scores. Weighting towards the top half of the meter and caring about what's happening at the top half of the meter. So that's interesting. I wonder why it would be doing that. Again, KLP So that was showing me KLP, and then if this is always showing me less, it suggests that this bit is not working the way I thought it was. There is also other experiments that I could make, just so you know. Namely, one quick way that I can tell which side of this I care about is unsigned long bin scale equals half of total bins, and then go from there. Or 0 up to half of total bins. If I do those two and compare which one does what, that should give me a result. That might actually be an even more direct way of doing it. I'd kind of like to go and dig up the Beatles track that's just always loud, though. It would help if I could find it. But maybe it's not in here. I really thought I'd use this one as a demo. No, it is. It is. Here it is. This is the one I wanted. Let's do that. Let's totally do that. And I bet I need another pen. Oh yes, I do. Now are you happy? Yes, you are. Okay. Build that, and then it's going to show me the end result. Oh, let's dial that back and not scale these down because they're already rather small. Also, we can do this again. And then not even have to wait for a score because it's going to be showing me the score continuously. Got there. Yeah. Here you are. So there is my spiral. $12 dB again. Darkened itself up a little bit. Didn't expect that. It's like making it sound better. Like it's saturating or something. Oh wait, I know what's going on. Yeah, that's a 12 dB of boost going in there. Back over to the other job, because apparently I'm doing two things at once now. And we have Beetle's birthday available, so now we're looking at measure the latter half. Let's set it to about 1 minute. And we're going to compare this with the other one. So we're reading J for latter half, J and K. H, I, J, K. But then if we skip over to here, C, A, double A. So when we measure the latter half, we're measuring the bottom of the meter. So the start half is the part we care about. So now we are measuring the former half and only the former half. This is all about figuring out how to scale this dumb thing. And we will build that. And while we are building it, hey, other computer, we have this available. So that's 12 dB into spiral. $12 dB of hard clipping. So the interesting thing about that is that it's doing a complicated arrangement of derivatives to try to distortion cancel. And then on the output, it is just adding the result to the output of the waveform. So technically, it's undistorting by making stuff louder. But then if we run it, we see that we didn't actually add all that much to the hard clipping. There's some sort of hair on the surface of it and stuff, but it hasn't gone all that crazy. And yet, stuff got a lot busier. And I think it's because it's bringing high frequencies farther in from where the clipping was. I don't know if I have a comparable thing. Oh, no, maybe I do. But not really right here where I can get at it. I feel like I might have something there I can work with, because 12 dB of relatively clean gain on tap is kind of a lot. So where were we at over here? Busily trying to do multiple things. I'm happy enough that I'm testing that out, though. Also, I do have to go and thaw out some taco cheese, but that is a thing that I will end up doing. So former half, at this stage, what I should be able to see is I set it to here, and then this should be showing me a sort of ongoing much higher value. It is not. T translates to literally 0 showing up, so that's interesting. So whatever I've got here, we're measuring the bottom part of this. Running it like this, what is happening is I am measuring only half of the array. That array is having stuff added to it by these dots, but I've got a top half and a bottom half of the array. If I'm looking at this half, that's what I'm seeing, TT. TT is the lowest value I have. It equates to 0. So what I've got it set up to do right now is I am analyzing this section for whether there's anything happening. And literally there is nothing. And I can even demonstrate that it is actually alive rather than permanently broken by switching over to this section. And it's a little going on, but not much. Went to PT, so still that barely registered. So the way it's currently set up to run, this is the part that we are reading. We're reading the bottom half. Bottom half is 0 to total bins divided by 2. Damn if I know why it's doing that, but that is absolutely what it's doing. Therefore, if we do this, we want to scale it like so. And we'll include a little bit of an offset just for fun. This would be why this part wasn't working for me before. What are we working on? Let's use the same numbers I was using here. That causes those things to fall back more, but it's also weighting them less towards the larger values. And then they're going to be needed. We're going to need to scale them up. Going to need to scale them up. But I feel like that might be fruitful. Let's scale them up like this for starters, and we'll see what kinds of numbers we're looking at. Oh yeah, and I mentioned the tacos. Let's throw on some music. I'll be right back. Okay, that ought to hold me. Actually, no, there was one other thing that I needed to do. Let me leave that playing. Be right back. All right. Hold your horses, I'm doing my best. We finished building anyhow. Okay, so we have now built a slightly boosted version which is being scaled by how loud everything is, and I have some examples that I can use to refer to, namely birthday. And we established that bin scale counts from bottom to top. So if it goes from 0 to a larger number like it's currently doing, and we'll get some kind of score out of it, but we might need to ramp it up quite a bit. I'm kind of warming to this idea though, because I think it's more relevant to care about stuff that is happening which is loud. You certainly did. This is birthday. I think it's more relevant to care a lot about stuff that is loud, and so weighting it this way makes sense to me. That said, the zero cross makes things weird. And we're showing a lot of very small values here. T is effectively 0, so that's no bueno. In fact, I immediately have to find out what's going on there. So, bin scale divided by total bins. Sine peak track bin scale. So we're allowing that to saturate, but then we're scaling it down lots, but then we're multiplying it. So maybe we just need to multiply it by a bunch more. I was playing the song Birthday. That's what I was talking about there. Let's just multiply it by a factor of, like, well, could we have inadvertently scaled it to the point where it needs to be scaled back up by a factor of 26 to make that part work? That'd be really weird, but weirder things have happened. Certainly a Beatles track off of the White Album should be reading as some kind of high score. I just don't understand how I was able to, it was scaling down so far. But that's fine. And this is making our cumulative score. And I'm pretty sure my number of bins is still pretty high. But the way we're scaling it, like, we could have any number of bins we want. Like, for instance, 12, 4 times 6. We can call that 24 bins instead, and then start the build again. And then we're multiplying the output of everything that we produce by 26. If the number is still like 0, well, then our ratings are going to still be like T or whatever. But if we've ended up making it be more like 1, then our ratings will go up to like A or capital or something like that. And we'll see where that goes. And again, on the other laptop, I've been playing with the DerivaClip. I will be putting out DerivaClip, including its ability to do Batman waves, as a plugin that people can have. It's not going to be ready this week. I may be able to get a bunch of that stuff working by next weekend. if I'm lucky. Because I can be doing it while running all of these songs through the meter again. Hundreds and hundreds of songs to go through the meter and see if I can get any better results than I had previously. And it's all of the same kind of stuff. Like, I don't know whether using the same numbers that I'm using for the that subtracting, that I'm dialing it back faster for the slew track than I am for the bass or the peak track. So those are smearing more over time. And then the skewing of it means that peak and bass are ignoring quiet parts of themselves more. And we should be able to get some kind of result here where this is actually showing a score. And it is not. So something's going on. And maybe I'm just overlooking something. This might be me overlooking something that is obvious. So bin scale counts from bottom to top. Well, let's invert this again. I should be able to be making freaking enormous scores with this, so something's seriously up. So if it turns out we need to invert this again, that looks kind of like this. Because what we were looking at was a complete inability to respond. I don't understand what... Oh, wait, hang on. Slow up. I overlooked a thing. Look at this. This needs to go all the way up to top bins. Meaning that correction that I just made was probably worthless. This is the part that was wrong. There we go. Let's try it now. I got about 40 minutes of stream left for fooling with this stuff. I'm interested to see whether I can... I'm glad that I spotted that. It could have been a real pile of mess struggling with it. I also might have it cranked up way too loud now because I just changed that to very much higher in the belief that I would need to. So we'll do a quick little gander and see whether that does what I thought. With the DerivaClip stuff, one of the things that I need to do, which I will probably do when reapplying it back to Spiral 3, I need to build that into a little lump of code like I have for clip only, where it's just a standalone bit of code that can be applied to something. Because it appears like it works for hard clips, soft saturations, everything. And technically what I really need to do there, and I'm not going to do it on this build, but what I'm going to want to do is run it on something like a soft clip, something like Spiral or whatever, where I know that it's kicking in, and then stack it up and see what that does. Because in theory, if I'm not distorting anything, then I can stack it up and nothing will happen. Here, we just built this already. How much amplitude do we have in this now? Is it going to go to FFF immediately? Yes. Cool. That means that this part was wrong too. Or rather, that was a correction of something that didn't need correcting. Now what do we got? Would be handy if I had like sliders and knobs in this, but I don't. So we're just going to do our best. But yeah, what I'm going to be doing is stacking up instances of the new clip. Oh yeah, no, this OS is newer, and this OS is older. Older, newer, which is not what you would call new, but newer. So the GUI stuff, Meter and Console X3 and so on, that has to be built on the more modern machine because I don't have anything that's going to do user interfaces the way that Pamplejuice will for me. It is too useful of a resource to skip. Yeah, fair. Yeah, no, I'm not interested in trying to do the latest and greatest Apple anything. They're constantly doing stuff like, hey, liquid glass or whatever, and I'm not interested. If I have something that is working, I am supremely not interested in messing with it. Okay, let's see what level we got to now. R and T. Cool. Well, we definitely don't need to be 26x, but maybe we need to go a little higher than that. Let's find where we're at now. Yeah, you can just install an operating system on an Apple device. It's just that depending upon what one you're using, it could be problematic. I couldn't install Snow Leopard on the Studio. It's an M1 processor, pretty beastly M1 processor. It's what I'm using to stream through and handle the camera and stuff. And also it's got Chromium open so that I can see your chat and everything. And that just requires a lot more grunt than the retro development does. So yeah, this is kind of zeroing in on something. I'm also I haven't done all the experiments with DerivaClip that I was hoping to do, but then I got bogged down in Meter, and I'm not going to be able to release a tutorial for Meter this weekend. I'm not nearly done enough with it. But somebody was asking on Gearspace, like, are we coming up to another major release? Because you're doing all of these changes, and these seem to be like little interim releases and stuff. So let me know when you have another major release, and it looks like I'm going to be getting up to another major release with this. Thing is, there's a lot to it, and it all has to operate kind of like this. Ooh, okay. Okay, slews went to F immediately. Loudness is hovering around A or B. That seems legit. Bass, not so much. Bass went down to C, no, up to C, and down to B, up to F. Okay, so that's our maximum blare. meaning that some of this stuff can dial back. We don't need it to respond quite that strongly to that. There's going to be stuff that's louder than that to respond to. Meanwhile, Zero Cross doesn't seem to care at all, but I have another example for that. So let's see briefly. Do I have this or not? Well, I do have this. I know this is going to be heavy as anything. This has lots of low frequency information. Up, boom, got there. Bass fullness is AF. That is correct. In fact, every single category went to F. Cool, okay. Well then, we can clearly dial this back a whole bunch. Let's cut it in half. We're looking at the peak scores. And even scaled the way that I have it scaled, every single meter was maxing out on just the beginning of Money by Pink Floyd. And the reason is because all this meter stuff is now trying to track the broadest possible cloud of information. And that's what it's reading. And as such, all of the scores are going to be wildly different because it's simply looking at different things now. And the whole point of all this is like trying to identify stuff like, oh, hey, this is a hit record and it's the Beatles' birthday. So if I measure for loudness, birthday is really loud, so that counts as a hit, right? Well, what about Fleetwood Mac's Dreams? People go nuts for that song. It's not loud at all. What about like Fleetwood Mac's The Chain? People go nuts for that song. It's even quieter than Dreams. So I'm trying to work out how all this works. And this is a step in that direction. I could put some scaling in here as well, but the scaling is typically related to these sine measurements and things. Oh, and then like literally just under Money is the Doobie Brothers Taking It to the Streets, which is nearly an opposite kind of sound. So here's Money getting busy, and we're not getting to capital F anymore. The flickering of these values is they're capable of going back down again, but the end result will be to track the highest point they get to. And it's not supposed to flicker around too wildly, but I'm keeping an eye on it. And the B that one was showing is probably legitimate. And the capital A for high frequency information is probably legitimate. Like with this going through and then those sound effects coming in is exactly the kind of thing that I would count as interesting information happening in the song for people to pay attention to. Now loudness, we've got some good consistency going on, but those letters to the side are high marks, and we're looking at it as a dynamically moving thing rather than a high mark. So we would have gotten to a capital A, and then we ceased having that going on at any point. And then the letter score is tracking tone color. Okay, I'm satisfied with this for the moment. So here's another example of a sound that's wildly different. Blank it out, start again. And the balance we have on this is spectacular. It is a plus A. The highest letter scores we're getting are pretty closely balanced, but they're bouncing around a lot. Again, those little letter scores are meant to imply, like, what's the most intense thing we have happening in this mix. If it's sitting around being very bright, then the most intense thing happening is likely to be the slew. But we have a whole other method of measuring it now. And this is keeping track of how widely varied this cloud is. I think this is scoring less here because it's really quiet. Like here's our hottest peak for that, and that's like 6 dB down. You can see on the screen, or you could if I moved it up here, that there is just so much headroom on this. Here we can fix that. Do this. So that's what that looks like as it goes. Here's a louder track, Jimi Hendrix Crosstown Traffic. Not especially well balanced. Started out okay, but... So that sucker is a little more, it's too droning, but here's where we get some activity happening down here. It's not changing the score all that much. Meter is set up currently to want diversity in the dynamics. But it really cares about a lot of stuff happening over a wide window here. We've got a pretty consistent E density here, lowercase e. Zero cross, very much nothing to write home about. But we do have a little happening there. It should be ignoring those lows a lot. Quick reference to this. So this will be a very high score, and it is, for the slew. It's covering a really wide range. Not that broad of a change in peaks. I wonder what I can throw at it that will show up. Oh, I know. I can throw this at it to show off the zero cross meter. If I can find it. Where are you hiding? I know what I'm looking for, I just don't know how to find it. This is the one. So there's so much space in this mix that there's constantly stuff happening at all levels. Let's see what this sucker does. Seem to be hovering around E's and C's and D's. Got a lot of really deep bass in this one. But the reason I'm interested in what this does is that this is putting up a really performance on zero cross meter where it's not just a linear band so much as throwing a lot of variety in there. And balance is very good. I think it's working its way up to the chorus now. More in the way of bass. You see that meter is showing a lot of interesting stuff happening. Chorus kicks in, gets up to C, lowercase c. Bouncing around a lot, but all pretty relatively consistent. So here's what I'm talking about. I've weighted these so that they lean towards the loudest and brightest type stuff to measure. That also means it's leaning towards zero cross behaving a certain way. But this is a really impressive zero cross performance because so much is happening at all volume levels, and I do have other examples of that if I can find them. Which I don't know whether I can. Or whether I ever used this particular track. Oh, I can have a little fun with this, though. While I'm thinking about that, which is all I can do because I can't find it. We get to have a deadmau5 track going around, and if there were lots of things happening in the mid-range, we maybe would be filling up a dense cloud and zero cross meter up in the mid-range, where it would arguably make that score go higher. Don't know if that's actually how that would work, though. I'm just saying it should be possible to make the zero cross meter behave well, not exclusively through throwing the deepest bass. A lot of people can't even hear deep bass when you put it into a mix. So I'm wary of having something only reward that. It should be rewarding evenness of distribution. And that is hopefully what this is trying to do. And there we have some lows happening. The balance isn't perfect, mind you, but this is sourced off of a CD, by the way. It's clearly not a vinyl record thing. Well, our letters are fairly balanced. And this should be able to perform well as far as this giving me a good score. Oh, it just got better. That transition was doing it favors. Also, look there. This is probably going to show up well on the meter when he's busy doing this. And there's a lot of sonic variety happening. Those are doing good clouds of information. They're a little bit narrow. You could almost dial it in this way. You could almost dial it into this kind of thing. Here's a pretty classic track. This is another good zero cross performance. It's not going as deep into the bass, though it does have a bunch of bass on there. But this is showing a picture of just a whole bunch going on. Arguably, this is about as good as you can get for zero cross behavior because there's something happening at every range. I'm going to make a quick judgment call and say that we can probably have base score be scaled up quite a bit. I mean, if the dead mouse wasn't making it go higher, I don't know what to tell you. That should be giving a pretty impressive zero cross. We'll build that about 15 minutes to tacos. I'm actually going to close the Dev laptop. I don't have anything further to say on that one. Yeah. I know what I need to do for that one, and I'm not going to be able to do it today. I don't have enough gas in the tank for that today. But when I'm able to, clearly what I need to do for that one is set up a spiral with the aliasing distortion canceling thingy that I came up with, which apparently you can push so incredibly hard. I'm just not bits of it worry me. I'm like, I like what's happening, but I'm also suspicious. I'm deeply weirded out by the fact that you're adding stuff to the output of the clipper in order to implement it. That's what it needed in order to do what it did. But I'm deeply weirded out by that part. And yet it seems to work and not cause ginormous additional amplitude to the output of the clipper. So I don't know what to tell you. Okay, we added so much to that it went crazy. Mind you, we got a whole bunch of bass happening, so maybe that makes sense. I still feel this a little much. Speaking of a little much, okay, we don't have balance here, but that's showing up pretty strongly. Yeah, some of these things, if they are just absolutely perfect, what I should be seeing is A or capital A. That's just gone quite beyond it by removing the kick, and that's a problem. Some of this little tweaking and adjusting is on the fussy side. What if not all of these were the same? So P can completely ignore the quiet stuff. Slew can completely ignore the quiet stuff. Bass should not completely ignore the quiet stuff. So rather than have this be times 2.0, we can have it be times 2.0, but we start adding here, and that lets the extreme lows come in where they are needed. Let's see what that does. I have that example in strobe where when the kick drops and goes away, I'm not at all sure that that score should suddenly jump up. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Got about 15 minutes or so. I'm going to do as much as I can through the remainder of this day. I honestly really was hoping I would get so much more done, but this might be on a good track anyhow. And a meter with ambient music, well, Tangerine Dream, how about? That is an example. Also, I was reminded about this. I've got reference tones that I can consult. Unless they're here. Are they here? No, that's not the... Oh, yes, they are. Here we are. So we're going to check out some of those, but we're also going to audition this a little bit. And I doubt those tags mean anything to anybody anymore. That's going to be relating to stuff that is no longer relevant. But the audio clips are still fine. Alrighty. What kinds of things are we looking at when we run this into the meter? Okay, that is a fairly dense band, but it's going to pretty consistent scores. We go louder. And I think it's kind of stepping back a hair. Here's a quieter one. None of it really has enough deep lows to fire off the zero cross meter much. But then it's rain. Like, unless you had thunder, why would it ever be doing that? Tone color seems about right because it's mostly about bright noises. And then the lightest possible rain. Peaks are still going about as high as they will go. And all of the slews are maxed out. Those balances seem about right. I'm not surprised that the slew is doing that. That makes sense to me. Back to actual audio. Let's see what this is doing now. F, E, D seems legit. And it's coming right up at some point is when this shuts off. B, okay. I think that's also a legitimate answer. And then does it jump way up when the drums go away? Yeah, the change bumped it up to capital A briefly. But that's because it changed zero cross density. It threw in a variation. Is that J? The drums come in and it goes to like E, D. E, F. Yeah, I mean, don't even worry about that. Don't even worry about that previous stuff. What that's doing is just basically loudness variations. All that's telling you is loudness variations. Now let's see, while it does this, does it go to a higher fullness or a different fullness score? It went up to around B. This stuff up here shouldn't be overwhelming, and I think it is not. Oh, there's an A. Well, that makes sense, though. It just did this down here. Suddenly doing that down there was enough to qualify. All right, neat, interesting, cool. Let's continue to play games with numbers. Inverse of golden ratio. That's going to continue to pump up the base score, and we're going to play with this a little bit and see what kinds of values it's producing. If we're happy with that, I can turn this part back on and then see what kinds of stuff I get out of it, having done a whole bunch of fairly radical changes to it all. And I got to identify a bunch of things that are known to be impressive sounding. One thing about it, I will say this. This is much more likely to reward, say, Mutt-Lange AC/DC, which is known to be a successful record. One of the things that he does is stuff that emphasizes this kind of measurement. He's specifically doing that Trevor Horn thing of filling up a lot of space, making the widest possible, evenest possible cloud of information. That's very likely to matter. Okay, so I just did bass stuff. Well, one thing that does bass stuff effectively is this Credence track just above the dead mouse. I should check the dead mouse briefly just to see what it does in that low section. I will do that. What I should be seeing is a good solid high score while it's doing this. And indeed, there we are. There's an A. It's a B. It should be reading high when it's filling stuff up, boom, up to capital D. So that transition really knocked it for a loop. Major change in what's happening in the bass. Here's another sort of track. So this is a low frequency cloud that is also useful and interesting. I'm going to be looking to some ZZ Top for this as well. I may be able to look to that for stuff that I haven't actually worked on yet. It's probably worth doing. I'm still watching it for sort of the high scores there. That's a C. As the activity down here, even though it's not going into the very deepest bass, this is the kind of cloud I'm talking about that is useful. I think there's something to be gained from having this really varied response everywhere. Kind of watching it all bounce around crazily, though. That's not the most helpful, but whatever. I'm kind of trying to watch for whether there's any really weird, crazy, unpleasant things happening in there, because this is supposed to be tracking maximums. And it's looking to events, but it's not looking to single instances of something. So that's why the dead mouse thing that happened, the change from base happening to a sort of mid-range thing happening that suddenly threw different zero crosses, matters. Okay, I scrolled to the top there. That's not what I needed to do. Let's scroll. I guess it's going to be to literally the bottom, because I'm looking for ZZ Top here. And I'm not finding the one that I thought I was going to find. I'm looking for Lagrange. However, that's fine, because this is also ZZ Top off of Tres Hombres. And it's all about the bass. There's a capital A. Oh yeah. So this one's wildly unbalanced because it's all about the bass and it doesn't have any slew going on at all. But it should be showing very good behavior on fullness and very bad behavior on slews, which is basically what I'm seeing. And actually very good behavior on loudness, which it kind of is. It kind of is. Oh yeah, B, C, E, oh my god, yeah. So the story that would be telling you is this is overwhelming bass. And it really is. This album, huge. Huge lows. Arguably too much. So it getting up to that really high score there is not a bad thing. That's accurate. That is an accurate story being told. Waiting for the bus. Yep, D, E, yeah. F, yeah. Okay. So maybe we pull this back some. Not quite as hardcore as all that. And you know what? It's 5. I should be going and having my tacos now. And so you know what? Build canceled. I'm going to do that thing. I might still be tinkering with this a little bit. I think I've successfully concluded streaming all of this. We're going to do Console X2 Bus this weekend, just because I have it available. I've not been adding to the plugins in my queue very well. I'm doing my best. But got some of these saturation things that I can develop more next week. I should be able to put out Console X2 Bus. It's not like it leans that heavily into distortion things that will be updated with the new thing. Alternately, I could do the new Bez EQ, but I want to experiment with this saturation derivative canceling stuff on specifically Bez EQ. I don't know why that would do anything. Like, I'm a little concerned that I'm off in a wild goose chase there as far as looking to successive derivatives, but on a filter doesn't seem to make any sense. But if I can come up with something along those lines, that would be pretty cool if I could make that be a thing. And it does look like I have made the aliasing, diffracting craziness that I was up to. It seems like that's delivering something for me. What I need to do is build it into Spiral and then stack up multiple spirals and see what happens when I'm doing lots of it. Because that's going to be the That'll be the real catch there. Can you distort through 5 of these things? And is it anything useful, or does it go crazy? If it goes crazy, I can't really build it into everything that I do, which otherwise would be a neat series of updates, but I do have to test it that way. But yeah, first I have to go and have dinner. So that's gonna be what's going on now. And I'll get back to you. I'm gonna have something posted this weekend, and we'll get back to more live streaming, and I'll get back to developing all these things. Hopefully I should be able to build up a nice little pile of new stuff coming out. It's awkward because it's like, I can do that. I have had Console X3 sitting around more or less ready to go, but then it's a matter of like, well, can I upgrade all of the saturation inside it, including the console algorithm, by doing this derivative stuff to it? And I don't know the answer. It's going to be some experimenting. I'll figure it out. On that note, I'll talk to you later. Bye-bye.